Good evening, everybody. Today is Tuesday, September 15th. It is about 20 till 7, and so we are a bit behind in starting the council announcement period. We will have an abbreviated period, and colleagues, in the spirit of Hamilton, I'm with you one last time as your pro tem. So thank you to Councilmember Bradford for that, and with that, I will give him the floor first. Oh, that's right. I forgot how to do this already.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I just have one brief announcement. There will not be any office hours in District 13 for this month due to a couple of conflicting scheduling appointments. So the next office hours will be the third Saturday of October.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Welsh, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pro Tem, and I say thank you so much for serving us so well this past year. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Of course, what is my favorite topic? The census. This is our last council meeting before self-response time ends, which is September 30th. Please, if you haven't yet done the census or you know people who have not yet done the census, encourage them to participate. This is our last chance to get a good and accurate count. I am happy to report that in the last several weeks, the numbers in Davidson County and Nashville, as well as the state of Tennessee, have gone up considerably. So please do your part in these last 2 weeks. Reach out to anyone that you know who might not have participated and tell them how important it is that they get counted so that Nashville gets the money that we are entitled to and deserve as we go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Sepulveda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. Very quickly, I just want to say happy Hispanic Heritage Month. We will be celebrating starting today through October the 15th. And I also want to say Feliz Dia de la Independencia. That is Independence Day for Mexico today. And so many of your constituents and community members will actually be holding El Grito later today. And so happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Go out, buy some Latinx food, and invest in our community.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Sepulveda. Finally in the queue, Councilmember Toombs. And I can turn your mic on. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. On September 29th at 6 p.m., there will be a virtual District 2 community-wide meeting. You can find registration information on Facebook, in my newsletter, as well as you can give me a call, 615-601-5127, to get registration and login information.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Toombs. Stay tuned. The Metro Council meeting will begin shortly. Thank you.
The Public Affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds the 24th business meeting of its four-year term. It has conducted 17 business meetings prior to tonight during 2020, along with one adjourned meeting. Because of concerns surrounding the coronavirus pandemic, the Council tonight will again conduct its business virtually, operating for a 15th straight meeting under emergency rules. Due to those health concerns, the public is requested not to be present, and most of the council members will attend and participate online. The number of council members here in the chamber tonight is limited. Remember, the size of limit on any meetings under the reconfigured Phase 2 of Metro's reopening roadmap and social distancing requirement has been kept to 25. Despite having some additional special guests tonight, we will remain below that number in terms of who is here this evening. In the council chambers tonight, Vice Mayor Jim Shulman will conduct the meeting. Council President Pro Tempore Jeff Syracuse, and a new Pro Tem that will be elected later that would run the session if the Vice Mayor cannot. Council Staff Director and Attorney John Cooper is also here, and a few other staff members and a few other council members. All of us present are observing the guidelines for social separation, including wearing a mask while we're in a Metro building. The executive order issued by Tennessee Governor Bill Lee allows local government legislative bodies to meet electronically during this time of emergency to handle necessary business. That executive order has been extended to stay in place through the end of September. Perhaps the biggest debate tonight will be several Metro Council charter amendments. That includes amendments before the council and some that are not. Any that are before the council, if the council wants to put them on the ballot, it'll take 27 yes votes for them to do so. The matter tonight is bringing both Mayor John Cooper and State Comptroller Justin Wilson here to address the council. Pending approval by the Metro Election Commission on Friday, there will be a special election on December 5th to consider other major changes to the charter. That election will be mandated to what appears to be a successful public petition drive. A lot of push behind the charter petition drive stems from community anger against the recent 34% property tax increase. Petition amendments would repeal the tax hike and greatly restrict the size and frequency of future property tax hikes, as well as limit the council's power to sell city property, enter into leases, or approve bond issues without approval by a public referendum. Councilman Steve Glover also has similar amendments before the council tonight, along with one that would limit any mayoral emergency or health orders to 30 days unless it's extended by a vote of the council. A group of council members believe the petition drive charter changes are illegal under state law. Mayor Cooper and a number of other city and business leaders agree. Council members are offering their own charter amendment tonight that would negate the proposed charter changes to keep the, at least the ones coming from the charter changes coming from the petition, and keep the status quo, thus giving voters a choice of charter amendments at the polls on December 5th. As for Comptroller Wilson, for months his message has been that Metro must have a balanced budget, money for emergencies, and cash on hand to pay for its debt and pension obligations, as well as fund daily government operations. Petition charter amendments placed on the if they're placed before the public would put the budget the council has adopted out of balance, which is not legal under state law. The council, not on second reading, will also reconsider an ordinance that would modify health insurance benefits for council members after they leave office. The council has considered that legislation 3 times before and not enacting it, and we'll see what happens tonight when it comes up on third reading. Second reading. There are a number of bills that the council will also be considering tonight. We'll talk about those when we do our wrap-up later tonight. If you want to follow the council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda online as well as the council staff analysis with explanations of the legislation. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website and then to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's now go to Vice Mayor Jim Schulman. He will gavel tonight's council meeting to order shortly.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, September 15th, 2020. So will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise. I need for folks to turn off your microphones if you don't. So please rise for the invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation this evening will be offered by Reverend Paul Perdue of Belmont United Methodist Church, guest of council member Tom Cash.
Good evening, council members. I, like many people, have been working from home, and I've been watching the city roll by in so many different ways. And so my prayer tonight is inspired by a list of Metro departments. So would you join me as we pray? Oh God, creator and giver of life, tonight we pray for this council, for our city, and for the work of our public servants. We lift up to you those who enrich our common life through their service in agriculture and arts, archives, the airport authority, the Metro Action Commission, the Beer Board and the courts, circuit, chancery, criminal, juvenile, the state trial court, the clerk's office, the council, many commissions, committees, and boards. We pray for codes and community oversight and community education, energy, the Election Commission, emergency communications, emergency management, and Nashville Electric Service. We pray for family service, for the farmers market, the fairgrounds, municipal auditorium, and the Music City Center. We pray for the finance, for property assessment, for IT, for trustee, for the internal audits and general services, for our firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics, for our health department heroes, for housing and development, the historical commission, human relations and human resources, and our general hospital, for our libraries and our mayor's office, for public schools with 86,000 students, parks and recreation, police, planners, public defenders, public works, and all that they do, sanitation, traffic, roads, parking, trees, the Register of Deeds, the Sheriff's Office, the Sports Authority, the Transit Authority, and Water Services. Bless all those who work to serve our city. Bring them hope and patience, wisdom, compassion, and courage, so that all of us who call Nashville home might share more than common geography or mutual self-interest.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So thank you. You may be seated. We will come back to the calling of the roll. I want to say that tonight we are honored to have both the Mayor of Nashville and Davidson County, John Cooper, and the Tennessee Comptroller of the Treasury, Justin Wilson, who have requested time to appear before this body. The Mayor always has privileges on this floor, and without objection, we will extend that same privilege to the Comptroller tonight as well. Members of the Council, ladies and gentlemen, give you first our Mayor, John Cooper. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and all of you on the Council, my colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to briefly talk to you on a subject that is going to require more discussion, and I would like to come back and talk to you about it. Regarding the proposed charter amendment currently being proposed under a special election in December. This is an urgent subject that we need to address. If this matter is placed on the ballot and it passes, our progress as a great city will end. We will have inadequate police and fire protection. Fire insurance rates will go up. Emergency response time will go down. Roads will go unpaved, sidewalks unbuilt, trash uncollected, recycling stopped. Schools will be unrecognizable. Class sizes will increase. Buildings will go unrepaired. Teachers will leave. They will go to counties where they are supported. Our credit rating down, our borrowing costs up, capital spending suspended, new projects stopped. There will be no way to pay for any of this. It takes the problem of financial weakness and makes it chronic and permanent. The $332 million shortfall that this amendment mandates will require a massive cut in everything that we use property tax for, which is essentially all of our city services. Mandating this retroactive shortfall halfway after the fiscal year has started will create pure and complete budget instability. It will mean sharper cuts than just 34% for the balance of the year. Now, for those of you at home, your property values are at stake. Home values go down in a city too broke to pick up trash. We will have no path forward to fix our finances. We have the lowest property tax rate of the big 4 cities in the state, one of the very lowest tax states. But cities require investment. They require a strong balance sheet. Fix problems, don't compound them. We can be the greatest city in the nation. You have led the way. We can use our city's greatness to lift up all our people in all of our neighborhoods. If we act with responsibility and stewardship, the people will ultimately have our back. It is for them we serve. It is for them we make hard choices and fix problems. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Comptroller, you're recognized.
Mr. Vice Mayor, members of the council, of course, our honorable mayor and his staff and administration, good evening. I'm Justin P. Wilson. I'm the state comptroller, and I want to begin by commending this body. I know that each and every one of you care deeply about our city. Last November, we discussed the urgency that was required to balance Metro's budget. In June of this year, you passed a balanced budget that started to rebuild the funds that Metro needs to be a physically well-managed, resilient government. It's not lost on me that you've overcome significant challenges, not only with your budget, but you've also you survived a tornado, and you're managing a serious loss during the pandemic. Now, here we are in the middle of September dealing with a new challenge. You are faced with a ballot proposition that may undo the budget you passed. Now, some may argue about the property tax rate. Well, that's not my judgment to make. Others will question the constitutionality and legality of the referendum. Well, that's not my call. My job as a state comptroller is to ensure that you have a balanced budget where revenues meet expenditures. I want to see that money is available in the case of an emergency. I need to know that you have cash on hand to pay for operations, debt, and your obligations to retired employees. As it stands today, I'm satisfied that this government meets those conditions. The train is on the track, but there is a dangerous curve ahead. So what happens if the government does not have a balanced budget at any point during the fiscal year? Well, first of all, we'll do everything we can to work with you to quickly remedy this. And if we can't, as a last resort, as a very last resort, my office will step in to manage the city's finances in order to prevent any kind of default. Now, this means cutting expenditures everywhere they can be cut. These decisions will be based on financial stability, not what the priorities of the mayor are or what the council's priorities are. Let me remind you that it's the mayor's and your responsibility, members of the council, to balance the budget. And really, that's why you were elected. Now, here's what that last resort will look like. On Monday morning, Metro Finance would email to my office a list of expenses it needs to spend cash on for the next week. By Friday, I would approve the amount of cash Metro can use during the week. It's that simple. Does Metro have adequate cash? Then you can write a check for that week. It's kind of like Metro would be kind of like a teenager coming to their parent asking for $20 to go to the movies. Understand what this means. No longer do you set the spending for Metro, the comptroller's office does. You do not want that. And I can guarantee you that I don't, nor does anyone in my office. Let me be clear about this. No one in this room, no employees of the citizens, and certainly no Nashville resident would want the comptroller's office to step in to manage Metro's finances. Not only is this a surrendering of your sovereignty, the cuts would be deep and painful, and again, would not be based on what's important to members of the council. Now, people are already watching what's happening in Nashville. I mean, just even talking about this ballot initiative catches the attention of the bond rating agencies. And let me assure you that they're not the only ones watching. Now, what this proposed amendment would do is far more wide-reaching than just limiting the tax rate. Now, you've already heard about the types of cuts that would be necessary if this referendum were to pass. Well, I can assure you that deep cuts would be needed. Now, in order to be prepared for the possibility of this referendum becoming effective, you must begin taking action as soon as possible, as soon as tonight. That means cutting or deferring spending and preserving cash. You can always spend money you've saved, but you can't unspend money once it's out the door. Each day you wait, the cuts become deeper. Action is urgently needed now. Now, the city of Nashville is my home, and really there's no other place I'd rather be. The city's success has been well documented, Its financial health and vitality are also incredibly important to the state of Tennessee. Now, what's good for Nashville is probably good for the state of Tennessee. But certainly, and I can assure you that what's very bad for Nashville is very bad for the state of Tennessee. Nashville cannot fail. This train cannot derail. It must have a balanced budget. It must have some money available for emergencies. It must pay its bills. Anything short of those fundamentals is a great risk to this city and, frankly, to our state. In the last 6 months, you have met a most serious budgetary challenge. You must continue to meet these challenges so that Nashville can continue to be truly the fabulous city that it really is. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Comptroller. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate you coming up. Okay. Members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, we will start again in just a moment. Again, we appreciate the mayor and the comptroller and his staff for being here.
Here, Hurt. Shall I move on, Vice Mayor? Thank you. Allen, here. Glover.
Here.
Swara.
Here.
Hall. We'll come back. Toombs. Present. Gamble.
Present.
Swope.
I'm here.
Parker.
Present.
Withers.
Present.
Benedict.
Present.
Van Rees.
Present.
Hancock.
Present.
Young.
Present.
Hager.
Present.
Evans.
Present.
Bradford. Here. Roten. Working to come back. Syracuse. Present. Welsh.
Present.
Sledge. Councilman Sledge. Working to come back. Cash.
Present.
O'Connell.
Present.
Roberts.
Present.
Taylor.
Present.
Hauser.
Present.
Druffel.
Present.
Murphy.
Present.
Pulley.
Present.
Johnston.
Present.
Nash.
Present.
Vercher. Come back. Porterfield. Also come.
Present.
Is that Councilmember Porterfield?
Porterfield's president.
Thank you. Sepulveda. Sepulveda will mark to come back. Rutherford.
Here.
I'm sorry, was that, I heard Councilman Rutherford. Was someone else also speaking?
I believe Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes, that was Council.
Thank you. Stiles.
Present.
Lee.
Here.
Henderson.
Councilmember Henderson, you're muted.
Here.
Rosenberg.
Here.
Back to the top. Councilmember Hurt. I'm sorry. Do you have her marked as present? Thank you. You're present. Thank you. Councilman Hall. Councilmember Hall will mark as absent at this time. Councilmember Roten.
Councilmember Roten is absent.
Thank you. Councilmember Sledge.
Present.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, we have 38.
Councilwoman Vercher is present.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, how many people do we have?
38 members present and 2 not present.
All right, thank you. All right, so is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from September 1st, 2020? I hear a motion. It's properly seconded. Without objection, the minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Madam Clerk, besides having the mayor up here, are there any additional messages from the mayor? All right, no further messages from the mayor. Councilmember Johnston, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I make a motion that the September 15th, 2020 Metropolitan Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that the meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. You've heard the motion. It's properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody who needs to abstain? Hearing none, the vote is 38-0 Any corrections to that? Motion passes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Couple of announcements before we go on. On Sunday, in our daily paper, the Tennessean, and a letter to the editor, there was a particular article that stood out, a particular letter. I'd like to read it to you at this point. My husband, James Singleton, turns 100 on September 15th. That's today. And we have been married 79 years this past June 30th. I will be 97 on October the 15th. I was 18 and he was 21. The marriage license says we were both 21, but back then a woman had to be 21. So a little story was told. On the license, it is James Albert Singleton and Dorothy Louise Ledbetter. I would like my husband's 100th birthday to be recognized. Thank you, Dorothy Singleton. Well, Mr. Singleton, he turned 100 years old today. I talked to Ms. Singleton this morning. Mr. Singleton worked for the police department for 38 years. And his lovely wife, Dorothy Singleton, was a school crossing guard for many of those years as well. So I love the fact that it was a letter to the editor. She wanted her husband's 100th birthday to be recognized. So Mr. Singleton, happy birthday on behalf of the Metro Council and the city of Nashville and Davidson County. Okay? The second announcement tonight is that I see Councilmember Gloria Hauser is doing much better after her dealing with pneumonia. So Councilmember Hauser, we're glad that you're back as well. So we are now ready to proceed with elections and confirmations. Our first act of business tonight is to fill the vacancy of the pro tem by electing a new pro tem. The term of the pro tem will last until August the 31st, 2021. There were 3 nominees tonight. We checked the rules, and we can't find anything that says that we have to hear from speeches on any of the 3. I hope you know all 3. The 3 nominees that are still standing after our last meeting when they were nominated is Councilmember Jonathan Hall, Councilmember Bob Mendez, and Councilmember Colby Sledge. So the way we do this is we will simply take a roll call vote. The clerk is going to call your name. You will vote for one of the 3. We'll see if somebody gets a majority of those voting. If not, then we will take the top 2, and then we have a runoff for that as well. Any questions from anybody before we take care of this matter? For the viewing audience, I will tell you that the pro tem is the person who steps in when I step down from this chair, also runs the announcements, and there are other things that are built into our rules and policies that affect the pro tem. And sometimes the pro tem ends up stepping up in this seat. That's happened before. So anyway, this is a serious position. We appreciate you all taking this into serious consideration. And Madam Clerk, if you are ready, we are ready to take the vote.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Councilman Mendez. Hurt.
Sledge.
I'm sorry, and I should go back to repeat. Councilman Mendez's vote was for Councilman Mendez, and then Sledge for Ms. Hurt. Ms. Allen. Mendez. Glover.
Hall.
Madam Clerk, go ahead and I guess repeat it so we make sure we got it right.
Oh, okay. For persons that are on the WebEx as well, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just to be on the safe side, go ahead and do that.
Thank you. That was a vote for Councilman Hall. Suara.
Mendez.
Mendez. Hall. Toombs. Mendez. Campbell.
Mendez.
Mendez. Swope.
Sledge.
Sledge. Parker.
Mendez.
Mendez. Withers.
Sledge.
Sledge. Benedict.
Mendez.
Mendez. Van Rees.
Mendez.
Mendez. Hancock.
Mendez.
Mendez. Young.
Mendez.
Mendez. Hager.
Mendez.
Mendez. Evans.
Mendez.
Mendez. Bradford. Mendez. Roten. Syracuse. Mendez. Welsh.
Mendez.
Mendez. Sledge.
Sledge.
Sledge. Cash.
Mendez.
Mendez. O'Connell.
Mendez.
Mendez. Roberts.
Mendez.
Mendez. Taylor.
Mendez.
Mendez. Hauser.
Mendez.
Mendez. Druffel.
Mendez.
Mendez. Murphy.
Mendez.
Mendez. Pulley.
Sledge.
Sledge. Johnston.
Mendez.
Mendez. Nash.
Mendez.
Mendez. Vercher.
Sledge.
Sledge. Porterfield.
Mendez.
Mendez. Sepulveda. I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Mendez.
Mendez. Rutherford.
Mendez.
Mendez. Stiles.
Mendez.
Mendez. Lee.
Sledge.
Sledge. Henderson.
Sledge.
Sledge. Rosenberg.
Mendez.
Mendez.
All right. So thank you, members of the council. So the vote is 29 votes for Councilmember Mendez, 8 votes for Councilmember Sledge, and 1 vote for Councilmember Hall. Congratulations, Councilmember Mendez. You are a pro tem. Welcome aboard. I will also announce that you just gave Councilmember Mendez a birthday present. Today is his birthday, so happy birthday. Some people might consider that not a gift, but anyway. All right, so we will now move to the remaining matters on elections and confirmations. Councilmember Johnston, is there a report from the Rules Committee?
Thank you. We do have a report. We had a number of appointments. For Action Commission, we reviewed the appointment of Ms. Fatima Ali for a term expiring February 2nd, 2023, and an appointment of Mr. Kevin Warner for a term expiring March 6th, 2022. We voted 10 in favor, 0 against, and I would move for their confirmations.
Okay, so you've heard the motion, properly seconded. We have Ms. Fatima Ali and Mr. Kevin Warner for the Action Commission. Hold on just a moment. So Councilmember Johnston, we're going back to make sure on the Action Commission, did you all take an affirmative vote or was it a deferral for one meeting?
It was for the Action Commission. I'm sorry, that's correct. We voted to defer one meeting for both of those. I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. All right, so the motion is actually to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Let me double check. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just wanted to check the reason for the deferral.
So, Councilmember Johnston, can you answer that? If you can't, that's fine, but I'll go to the chair first.
It wasn't. I think it was just a unanimous deferral motion. Probably Director Cooper could answer that.
Mr. Cooper?
I believe that Councilman Sledge made the motion to defer for one meeting to allow more time to consider the appointees in light of everything that's going on with MAC and the expenditure of federal funds, the grants that they're getting due to COVID. Councilman Sledge may be better able to address the reasoning.
Councilmember Sledge?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, Mr. Cooper explained it well. Yeah, we've got so much going on regarding CARES Act funding, kind of where things are going and who they're going to, that I suggested to the committee that we give ourselves a little bit more time to consider those appointments and their responsibilities, and the committee agreed.
All right,
Thank you.
Councilmember Suara? Okay. All right, so the motion.
Thank you.
No further questions? All right. So the motion is to defer one meeting. Again, it was properly seconded. Looking to make sure there's nobody else in the queue. Seeing none, we're on the motion to defer one meeting on both those appointments. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no? Any abstentions for any reason? Okay, motion to defer passes 38 to 0 to 0. All right, we're now on the Auditorium Commission. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. We discussed the reappointment of Mr. John Landis for a term expiring June 30th, 2023, and we voted 10 in favor, 0 against for a one meeting deferral. So I'd move for that one meeting deferral.
Just on Mr. Landers?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Just on Mr. Landis.
Okay, so Mr. Landers, one meeting deferral. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no? Anybody need to abstain? Vote is 38 to 0 to 0. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. We also discussed the reappointment of Ms. Perry DeGard Owens for a term expiring June 30th, 2023, and we voted 10 in favor, 0 against, and I would move for her approval.
Okay, so the approval, it's a motion to approve Ms. Perry DeGard Owens for a term expiring June 30th, 2023 for the Auditorium Commission, properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no? Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Vote is 38 to 0 to 0. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized for the Convention Center Authority.
Thank you. For Convention consider authority, we discussed the appointment of Mr. Austin Brown for term expiring September 30th, 2024, who will fill the unexpired term of Ms. Lee Walton, and the reappointment of Ms. Seema Prasad for a term expiring September 30th, 2024. On both of these appointments, we voted 10 in favor, 0 against, and I would move for both of their confirmation.
All right, Councilmember Johnston has moved for approval on Mr. Austin Brown and Ms. Seema Prasad. Properly seconded. Any discussion on those, on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? 38 to 0, the motion passes for Mr. Austin Brown and Ms. Seema Prasad. Employee Benefits Board, reappointment of Mr. G. Thomas Curtis. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. For a term expiring June 30th, 2023, we voted 10 in favor, 0 against, and I would move for his approval.
All right, so the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, vote is 38 to 0 for the reappointment of Mr. G. Thomas Curtis for the Employee Benefit Board. Historical Commission, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. We reviewed the appointment of Ms. Pamela Bobo for a term expiring August 10th, 2021 to fill the unexpired term of Mr. Bob Allen, and Ms. Jennifer Amundson for a term expiring June 10th, 2022 to fill the unexpired term of Ms. Michelle Hall. We voted for both of them 10 in favor, 0 against, and I would move for their confirmation.
All right, so you've heard the motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Vote is 38 to 0 for Ms. Pamela Bobo and Ms. Jennifer Amundson for the Historical Commission. And the last group, Tourism and Convention Commission, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. We discussed three of them. I will move for approval, which is the appointment of Ms. Neely Glenn for a term expiring June 30th, 2023, the reappointment of Mr. Mark Hayes for a term expiring June 30th, 2023, and the reappointment of Mr. Howard Cattell for a term expiring June 30th, 2023. I move for their approval.
Okay, what was the vote on those? It was 10 to 0?
10 in favor, 0 against. I'm sorry.
All right, so I've got a motion for the appointment of Ms. Neely Glenn, reappointment of Mr. Mark Hayes, and reappointment of Mr. Howard Cattell for the Tourism and Convention Commission. That's a proper motion, proper second. Any discussion on that? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. Anybody need to abstain? Vote is 38 to 0 for those three approvals, and we've got Ms. Shannon Sanders. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Yes, her term is expiring June 30th, 2023, and we voted 10 in favor, 0 against for a 1-meeting deferral. So I'd move for that 1-meeting deferral, please.
All right, so you've heard the Councilmember Johnston's motion. It's a 1-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the deferral, 1 meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. The motion to defer Ms. Shannon Sanders on the Tourism and Convention Commission, that is passed 38 to 0, a 1-meeting deferral. So I think that takes care of the report from the Rules, Elections, and Confirmations Committee. So on behalf of the entire Metro Council, we thank those who were approved, appointed, or reappointed tonight. Thank you for your willingness to serve and to volunteer your time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Johnston, Rules Committee, thank you for your time. All right, we are now ready for resolutions on public hearing. Here's how that works in a virtual meeting. So I'm going to call up the resolutions one at a time. I believe we have 5 of them. Call up the resolutions one at a time. Ask the sponsor whether she or he plans to have a public hearing On the resolution tonight? If yes, I will then announce that the resolution is ready for a live call-in. When I announce the item, please make the call. The phone number should be on the screen, but it's 629-255-1931. 629-255-1931. Wait for operator assistance. You'll be asked if you're calling on the current matter. Mute your TV or live stream when it's your turn to speak. And once your time begins, state your name, address, and whether you're for or against the resolution. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. Again, the number to call is 629-255-1931. Again, when I start this, I will read the resolution. I'll just ask the sponsor if they want to have a public hearing, then I'll read the resolution usually twice, and then go ahead and make that phone call when I start reading. Again, turn off your or mute your television or live stream, and once your time begins, remember, state your name, address, whether you're for or against the resolution. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. So we are ready for the first resolution. It is RS 2020-519 by Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Welsh, you're going to have a public hearing on this matter tonight?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, I am.
All right, so it's Resolution RS 2020-519. If you're interested in that, go ahead and make that phone call. So Councilmember Welsh, I'm going to read it and then I'll get a committee report on it. Resolution exempting Peachtree Drive-In located at 329 Peachtree Street from the minimum distance requirement for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Again, this is Resolution RS 2020-519 by Councilmember Welsh. Resolution exempting Peachtree Drive-In located at 329 Peachtree Street from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Welsh, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open call for committee reports, please.
Yeah, I've got Public Safety. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Resolution RS 2020-519, the committee, Public Safety, Beer and Regulated Beverages Committee voted on a motion for approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Welsh, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. Thank you. On the next matter. Okay. So I declare the public hearing open on Resolution RS 2020-519. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this? All right, seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phones wishing to call in and talk on this resolution?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read it one more time. It's Resolution RS 2020-519 by Councilmember Welsh. Resolution exempting Peachtree Drive-In located at 329 Peachtree Street from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Ms. Godin, anybody on the line?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, Councilmember Welsh has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? 38 to 0. Any corrections to that? Resolution passes. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-520 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, do you plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
I do not.
You do not. Okay. So just for anybody listening in tonight, there is not going to be a public hearing on this one. So let me read the caption. It's Resolution RS 2020-520 by Councilmember Sledge. A resolution exempting DAD CBS LLC doing business as Good Time Charlie's, located at 1529 4th Avenue South from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Yes, Public Safety voted on the motion for 2 meeting deferral, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for a 2-meeting deferral.
Councilmember Sledge has moved for a 2-meeting deferral, properly seconded. Any discussion on the 2-meeting deferral? So seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the two-meeting deferral say aye. Opposed say no. Anybody need to defer or to abstain? Hearing none, it's 38 to 0 on the motion to defer two meetings. That's the vote. We're on Resolution RS 2020-521 by Councilmember Taylor. Councilmember Taylor, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you.
All right. So if you're interested in this one, 521, go ahead and make that phone call in. Councilmember Taylor is the sponsor, Resolution RS 2020-521. Resolution exempting Willoughby's Kitchen and Lounge located at 91A Buchanan Street from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Again, it's Councilmember Taylor, Resolution RS 2020-521. Resolution exempting Willoughby's Kitchen and Lounge located at 91A Buchanan Street from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to have committee reports, please.
All right, you can have your committee reports. Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Public Safety voted on the motion to approve, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? Seeing no one moving. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone lines?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, nobody on the queue. Let's read it one more time. Resolution RS 2020-521 by Councilmember Taylor. Resolution exempting Willoughby's Kitchen and Lounge located at 91A Buchanan Street from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your resolution.
Thank you. Move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Taylor has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just want the record and maybe the listening audience to know that there have been some minority businesses that have established on Buchanan, and they go through the proper procedures in order to get the licenses that they need in order to operate in compliance. But because of some concerns with the neighbors, they are always calling the mayor's office, calling the police, and it has disrupted the businesses over there. And I just wanted to be made known that these businesses should be given the opportunity to operate just like any other business in the Davidson County community. And I thank Councilman Taylor for his efforts in this sponsorship, but just wanted to be known so if anything comes up at a later date, that it be recognized that there were no callers in the system. No one had any problems with this legislation moving forward.
All right, thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing nobody else, we have a motion before us on 2020-521. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? 38 to 0. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Resolution RS 2020-522 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
I do.
Okay. So if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make the phone call in. We're on Resolution RS 2020-522 by Councilmember Sledge. Resolution exempting the basement located at 1604 8th Avenue South from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Again, it's RS 2020-522 by Councilmember Sledge. It's a resolution exempting the basement located at 1604 8th Avenue South from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I moved to open the public hearing.
Let's get a Public Safety Committee report first. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee voted on a motion to approve, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Now I'll ask to open the public hearing.
All right. I declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery that wants to talk on this particular matter? Seeing no one in the gallery. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone lines?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, let me read it one more time. This is Resolution RS 2020-522 by Councilmember Sledge. Resolution exempting the basement located at 1604 8th Avenue South from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to Section 7.08.090E of the Metropolitan Code. Anybody in the queue? Ms. Godin.
There are no callers in the queue.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion and a proper seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So as noted in the caption, this is for the basement, which is a pretty well-known institution on 8th Avenue South. I've been talking with the owner over the last several months, and typically I would defer this for a month like we did on a previous one on a public hearing bill in the district, but the owner has been working with the beer board and working with a lot of different folks and actually got delayed a bit because they were trying to figure out what the best process was for them, and then it was determined that it was this, that was the exemption. Essentially, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these, quite frankly, coming in the next few months. This is going to be the way that the basement, quite frankly, stays alive in the time of COVID. And I think a lot of our event venues are going through similar difficulties, even with the actions that this body took recently. As far as CARES Act funding goes, this will allow for them to have appropriate, socially distanced outdoor events. And I've talked to residents nearby, they're good. And typically this stretch, a lot of times what triggers the exemption distance, a lot of times is actually there's a Reservoir Park is across the street, and for some of these businesses, they are 99 feet away from that park. So with everybody in the area understanding and quite frankly wanting to see this venue continue, I would ask for council's approval. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. You've heard the motion, and it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 38-0. Any changes to that? Our resolution passes. Thank you. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-523 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, sir, Mr. President, I do. Thank
All
you.
right. So if you're interested in this one, go ahead and make that phone call. Resolution RS 2020-523 by Councilmember O'Connell. A resolution exempting 11 Music Square East, apartment number 504, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a short-term rental property non-owner occupied permit pursuant to Section 17.16.070U of the Metropolitan Code. Again, this is Councilmember O'Connell. It's Resolution RS 2020-523. Resolution exempting 11 Music Square East, apartment number 504, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a short-term rental property non-owner occupied permit pursuant to Section 17.16.070U of the Metropolitan Code. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move a brief comment.
Now, you need a committee report, and then we need to open the public hearing. Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought I'm out of order yet. I will get a committee report.
All right. It was referred to Codes, Fair, and Farmers Market. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
We moved approval 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Now back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, so declare the public hearing open. I don't think there's anybody else left in the chamber except the press. Anybody in the press corps want to talk? Seeing nobody in the press corps. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the telephone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, let me read it one more time. Councilmember O'Connell's resolution RS 2025-23, a resolution exempting 11 Music Square East, apartment number 504, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a short-term rental property not owner-occupied permit. Councilmember, well, let me check one more time. Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone lines?
Hopefully for the last time, there are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. I declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on RS 2025-23. Councilmember O'Connell? Okay, hold just a second. We may be having some technical problems. Well, I'm waiting for Councilmember O'Connell to come back on. I will say, just for the record, RS 2025-20 that Councilmember Sledge deferred. There were documents that were submitted for the record this afternoon. You can get them to the clerk's office. Again, RS 2025-20. There were documents that were submitted for the record this afternoon. Councilmember O'Connell, can you hear us?
He lost it. He's back on.
Okay,
Sorry,
Councilmember.
Mr. President, I'm back.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, we declare the public hearing closed. You're on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, I had a brief internet there. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
My hand.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Hauser, I've got your hand, but I need to go to Councilmember O'Connell first for the motion. Okay?
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay. Councilmember O'Connell, back to you for your explanation.
Thank you. This is the first of its kind that I'm aware of where we, as a result of Councilmember Sledge's distance requirement for short-term rental permits, are now looking at exemptions. And this is exactly what the intent of the bill was. This is a building on Music Row, somewhat proximate to a park within the parameters of the legislation, and it is a building with a lot of other non-owner-occupied short-term rental permits in an area where I think it actually is an appropriate use. And so I think this bill should serve members across Nashville and Davidson County in giving the opportunity to make sure that we are providing residents appropriate access to public goods and amenities. So I appreciate Councilmember Sledge for bringing it, and I encourage members to support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
Yeah, my question, he may have answered it, is what was the short-term rental near that he needed to ask us to make this change? Did he say that it was closer to a park than what was allowed? Is that the answer?
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes, it's near a park. Thank you, Mr. President. It's near a park.
Okay, and so in your opinion, this will not impede the community's use of the park?
No, in this area, there is very much a mix of uses. There's very little residential use at this point in that area of Music Row. So I don't, and that building already has multiple permits of this type. I don't see this as particularly disruptive to access, honestly.
Thank you, Councilmember Hauser. Anybody else with questions? All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, Councilmember Hauser, you may want to take your hand down. Okay. Nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote. This is on Resolution RS 2025-23 by Councilmember O'Connell. The motion is to approve, and it was properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Hearing none, it's 38 to 0. Any corrections to that? Resolution passes. Resolution RS 2020-523 passes. All right, so I believe that takes us through all resolutions on public hearing. We are now ready to go to consent agenda resolutions and resolutions. I'm going to read you the resolutions that are on the consent agenda. If something needs to be bumped, let me know. So here are the items on the consent agenda. I've got resolution RS 2020-524, 2020-526, and then 528 all the way through 541, all the way through the end of what you've got on your calendar, okay? Again, it's RS 2020-524, RS 2020-526, and then RS 2020-528 all the way through RS 2020-541. Anything that needs to be bumped off that calendar? Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you. Could you pull off 527, please?
It's already off. 527
Great,
is not on consent. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Yes, will you pull off resolution 541, please?
541 will be bumped. Okay. Okay. All right. Anything else? Anything else that needs to be bumped? Okay. All right. Here we go. I'm going to read the resolution that's on the consent agenda. Resolution RS 2020-524 by Council Members Rutherford, Toombs, and others. Resolution approving an application for a Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Programs grant from the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration to the Metropolitan Government in conjunction with the Native American Indian Association to provide a new structure to house a Circle of Life Cultural Center with administrative offices, exhibit space, and a cultural heritage museum. RS 2020-526 by Toombs, Gamble, and Welsh. A resolution approving a contract between the State of Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services and the Metropolitan Government for establishing agreed rates for court-ordered evaluations and treatment for defendants charged with misdemeanor crimes. RS 2020-528 by Councilmember Gamble, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement to payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to multifamily housing project 579 Hickory Hills Boulevard, known as Hickory Ridge Phase 2. Resolution RS 2020-529 by Toombs, Welsh, and Suara. Resolution approving revised Amendment 2 to a Youth Development Center grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to the Metro Government acting through the Nashville Public Library to improve community adults, out-of-school time educators, families, and school staff, readiness to support positive child-youth development and cultivate safe environments in the lives of children and youth. Resolution RS 2020-530 by Toombs and Welsh. Resolution approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government through the Metro Board of Health and the Tennessee Department of Human Services to provide services to establish paternity for fathers seeking voluntary acknowledgement of paternity for child support enforcement. Resolution RS 2020-531 by Toombs, Welsh, and Suara. Resolution accepting a grant from the State of Tennessee Department of Health to the Metropolitan Government acting through and by the Metropolitan Board of Health to build local capacity to improve public health response to the substance misuse epidemic in Middle Tennessee high impact area. Resolution RS 2020-532 by Councilmember Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 2 to a contract between the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and the Nashville Academy of Medicine to provide access to the Charisma Salis database system for patient and prescription tracking. Resolution RS 2020-533 by Councilmember Welsh, a resolution approving a dental provider service agreement between the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and DentaQuest USA Insurance Company to allow the Metropolitan Public Health Department to become an in-network provider with TennCare Cover Kids dental service. Resolution RS 2020-534 by Councilmembers Toombs, Bradford, and Hancock. Resolution accepting a grant from the Friends of Metro Animal Care and Control to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to provide low-cost medical services and behavioral vouchers to assist in decreasing the relinquishment of animals. Resolution RS 2020-535 by Councilmembers Toombs, Bradford, and Hancock. A resolution accepting a grant from the Friends of Metro Animal Care and Control to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health to provide low-cost supplies to assist in decreasing the relinquishment of animals to Metro Animal Care and Control. Resolution RS 2020-536 by Council Members Toombs, Gamble, and Welsh. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to a contract between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Infor Inc. to provide maintenance and support of workforce time and attendance software for the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department. Resolution RS 2020-537 by Councilmember Toombs, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of Samuel Galusi and Hannah Galusi against the Metropolitan Government in the amount of $260,000, said amounts to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. Resolution RS 2020-538 by Council Members Parker, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. It's a resolution approving Amendment 1 to an agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Department of Public Works for the acceptance of work in connection with the construction of sidewalks along Jefferson Road from Douglas Avenue to Trinity Lane. Resolution RS 2020-539 by Council Members Young, Toombs, and Nash. Resolution approving a cooperative agreement with the United States Department of Agriculture and National Resources Conservation Services to stabilize the stream banks and protect the main sewer line along Masker Creek near Old Springfield Pike in Davidson County. And Resolution RS, excuse me, RS 2020-540 by Councilmember Allen, Cash, and Pulley. Resolution honoring Joseph Hamilton for his role in the discovery and naming of chemical element number 117, tennessine. Did I say it wrong?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Excuse me. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. All right, so those are the items on the consent agenda. Does anything need to be pulled? Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes, I would like to pull, if I could, RS 2020-524.
Okay, 524 is pulled.
Thank you.
All right, anything else that needs to be pulled? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to take committee reports. I'll start first with affordable housing. Councilmember Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you. Affordable housing voted on RS 2020-528. The committee voted 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Suarez. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
And I can just go through my full list, right?
That's right.
Okay. Budget and Finance recommended approval for Resolution 2020-526, 528, 529, 530, 531, 534, 535, 536, 537, 538, 539, 12-4, 0 against.
So that was left over. Okay.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Welsh, did you have something else you need to say? Your hand's still up.
No, sorry, it's just hanging on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Health and Hospitals, Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. Health and Hospitals voted to approve RS 2020-530, RS 2020-531, RS 2020-532, RS 2020-533, RS 2020-534, and RS 2020-535. 7 in favor, 0 against, and no abstentions for each one.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Parks, Library, and Arts, Councilmember Van Rees.
Parks, Libraries, and Arts met on 2020-529 and passed in favor, 7-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted for the resolutions on consent calendar, 16 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, that was 2020-538. Councilmember Gamble, Public Safety.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Public Safety voted on resolutions 525 as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against, 526 and 536. Motion for approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Public Works, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Public Works Committee reviewed Resolution 2020-538 and Resolution 2025-39, and both were approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Johnston, you're the last person.
Thank you. Rules, confirmations, and public elections considered RS 2025-40. We voted 10 in favor, 0 against. And with that, I would move passage of all the items on consent agenda.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. You've heard the motion properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Vote is 38 to 0 to 0. Any corrections to that? The consent agenda passes. Okay, so go back to the beginning of the consent agenda or the resolutions. It's Resolution RS 2020-450. Sponsors are Council Members Druffel, Mendez, Toombs, and others. A resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metro government acting through the Department of Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at Post Road. Councilmember Druffel, you are recognized.
Committee reports, please.
All right, so I've got Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Budget and Finance recommended approval for Resolution 2020-450 as amended, 12-4, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Murphy? Okay, let's go to Councilmember Nash for Public Works, and then I'll come back to Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works.
Councilmember Nash, your microphone is off. There you go.
Resolution 2025-50 was approved, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you give me the number again? I set off
Sure.
my fire alarm.
It's Resolution RS 2020-450 by Councilmember Druffel.
We voted 16 in favor, 0 against. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so back to you, Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, I need to move the amendment. The amendment, it's a sort of a complicated intersection. They went back, Public Works went back and did some an assessment for other projects and costing out, and so I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Druffel moves his amendment, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion on the amendment, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Amendment passes 38 to 0 to 0. Councilmember Druffel, you're back on your bill as amended. I'm sorry, your resolution as amended.
Yeah, I'd like to move the resolution as amended, please.
All right, so Councilmember Druffel has moved his resolution as amended, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank Councilman Druffel. I mentioned this in Public Works Committee, but this is one of those things that comes through Public Works Committee that just look kind of pro forma, move it along, but with extra scrutiny, looking at this intersection, knowing that it was at a place of concern for the community as far as pedestrian access across this railroad crossing. We pressed pause on this and put it back to the department. They conferred with TDOT, and we came out with a better resolution and a safer intersection for people needing to cross. And so I just wanted to thank Councilman Druffel and Public Works staff and TDOT for that.
Well, and I got a good heads up from you too, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Druffel. Nobody else in the queue. The motion is to approve Resolution RS 2020-450 as amended. All those in favor of the resolution as amended, say aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed, no.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? 38 to 0 to 0. Resolution RS 2020-450 as amended passes. All right, so we're now on substitute resolution RS 2020-480, and actually also Resolution RS 2020-518. These are the two charter amendments. So I'm going to explain how I think this works, and I'm going to make sure Mr. Cooper is on so he can make sure that I've got this corrected.
You may want to get committee reports first, because that's going to change what happens.
All right, so let's do this. I'm going to get the committee reports first on both these measures, Substitute Resolution RS 2480 and Resolution RS 2020-518 from Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Syracuse, can you give us the committee reports on both these matters, including the Charter Revision Commission report?
Sure, thank you, Vice Mayor. First, why don't I give the report from the Charter Revision Commission.
Okay.
Concerning Substitute Resolution 2020-480, the Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the charter amendments, and I believe there was a small amendment that we have to consider tonight on that the Commission did recommend. As far as 2020-518, the Charter Commission voted unanimously to recommend disapproval of each of those charter amendments contained therein. As far as the Charter Revision Committee here, we voted on 2020-518, and we voted 8 in favor, 0 against on a 1-meeting deferral.
480 was approved last meeting.
Okay. Hold on just a second.
Yes, deferred.
All right. So what are we going to do? Okay. So what does Bob want to do? They have to get it done.
Bob's going to move his.
Right. So we'll just.
Unless he suspends the rules.
But I guess the question is, if a motion to go ahead and put everything on and try to pass it tonight? Huh?
You can't without suspending.
Okay, so we're double checking to make sure we have our process in place. So what's going on is Substitute Resolution RS 2020-480, as you remember, was passed at the last meeting. There is an amendment by Councilmember Mendez. Resolution RS 2020-518 is deferred by rule. So I'm going to ask.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Glover?
While I appreciate it's being deferred by rule, once again, we're blocking the people's voice. I'm trying to understand. This is not a point of order, Mr. President.
Hold on. Mr. Glover has the floor.
I'm trying to understand why we combined the two before we got to any amendments. So I really don't understand why that occurred.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Mr. Cooper to explain how this process works in terms of trying to make sure that we have this correct. Mr. Cooper.
So typically when you have multiple charter amendments with multiple resolutions, the committee, at least in the past, has made a recommendation on each of those, and then you consider each one separately. Each amendment has to get 27 votes, and then the ones that get 27 votes are rolled into the first resolution, kind of as a master resolution. The procedural situation we're in now is Resolution 518 and the amendments attached thereto were deferred for 1 meeting. And since this is the first time that that resolution had gone before the Charter Revision Committee, that is an automatic deferral by rule tonight, which means the amendments cannot be considered or put on the ballot tonight.
Okay, so I just want clarification. So 518 cannot be considered nor put on the ballot in December?
Not without a suspension of the rules, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenberg, did you have a point of order?
I don't, Mr. President. Thank you.
All right. So the way we've got it now, substitute resolution RS 2020-480 is before us tonight. RS 2020-518 is deferred by rule unless there is a motion to suspend the rules to get it back before us. All right, so I'm going to start with substitute resolution RS 2020-480. And let me explain how this works. So there is one proposed amendment in substitute resolution RS 2020-480 that is to be taken up at one time. There is an amendment that we'll have to consider, and then we'll figure out what to do with 2020-518, even though it appears to be deferred by rule. Councilmember Mendez, I'm going to recognize you on substitute resolution RS 2020-480.
I'd like to move the substitute resolution, and then after that gets seconded and move an amendment.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved substitute resolution RS 2020-480, properly seconded. Back to you for an amendment.
Thank you. There is an amendment in the package, page 19 of the amendments package. I'd like to move that with an explanation.
All right, so there's a motion on the amendment on substitute resolution RS 2020-480, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
All right, thanks. Very briefly, before getting to the amendment, you'll recall from our last meeting that the purpose of the substitute is to clear up really terrible conflicts that would be introduced into the charter by the petition referendum item. It's so poorly drafted that it would introduce multiple places where the charter would conflict with itself and become really unworkable. So the substitute that we added last time was designed to clarify any conflicts in favor of the existing charter language. Here this week, adding two amendments. One is, or two changes. One is to remove language about a private right of action. And the concern that came from one Charter Revision Commission member was that maybe we were being too hasty in adding that language and that there might be unintended consequences. Strictly speaking, that language was not in response to the petition referendum item, was something that an idea, frankly, from Metro Legal. So we're taking that out in deference to the comment from the Charter Revision Commission about making sure there's not unintended consequences. And the other new language relates to sports teams. And frankly, when I did the substitute a couple weeks ago, the thinking wasn't really ready for prime time. This language would confirm that the council and the mayor have the discretion, but not the obligation, to limit sports-related contracts if teams move out of town. The petition language that's out there would make that mandatory and tie our hands. This language would make it so we've got the power to do that, but not mandatory. And again, this clarifies conflicts between the petition language and the existing charter, driven by the petition language just being barely understandable in some places and definitely creating conflicts with the charter. So with that, I'd renew my request to approve the amendment to add to the substitute.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. Questions on the amendment? Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Yes, Vice Mayor, thank you. So let's say that the 2% passes, which I firmly believe that it will, especially now, and this one passes. How does that work exactly on the vote count, and what needs to happen in order for the people to finally be heard at some point?
So, Councilmember Glover, you're directing that to Councilmember Mendez?
No, I'm really kind of directing it, I think, to Director Cooper.
Mr. Cooper, can you answer that one?
If the question is what happens if this amendment gets put on the ballot and then both the petition amendment and this amendment passes, in that case, the language in this amendment that the council is considering now would control, because it includes language that provides that notwithstanding anything else in the charter, here's what you do. So that's what would happen if they both passed.
So if they both pass and the people wish to roll it back, does this basically block the people's voice once again?
I'm not sure if Mr.
I can't
Cooper
answer that one.
can answer that one.
Okay. All right. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is, what's the real purpose here? And then I do have one final question I know you can't answer, Mr. Cooper. I think the correct language is we get 2 opportunities per term to do charter amendments with the council. And so in doing this, we have now used up one of those 2 opportunities. Is that correct?
That's correct. The council can pass 2 resolutions per term, and within each resolution, you can have multiple amendments, but only 2 resolutions per term. So this would use up one of those opportunities.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, we're still on the amendment by Councilmember Mendez. I've got Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. Just briefly in response to the council member's comment just now, if it goes on the referendum and the people vote for it, the people will have had their voice. So this is an opportunity to, if the people want to restrict Metro government from being able to operate the way it does now, they've got a choice. If the people would like to have Metro government operate as it has, they've got that choice. This is all about empowering the people, council member.
So we've got an amendment before us. Checking the queue. Nobody else in the queue. We're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say no. Opposed, no. I heard, I think, 1. Any abstentions? Okay, voice vote. Amendment passes. Amendment passes by voice vote. We're now on your substitute resolution RS 2020-480 as amended. Councilmember Mendez.
And move the substitute as amended, please.
All right. So Councilmember Mendez has moved the substitute resolution RS 2020-480 as amended, properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute resolution RS 2020-480. Seeing nobody in the queue, this requires 27 votes.
So we need to do them.
So we will do it by roll call. So again, because this is now let's make sure I'm going to go to Mr. Cooper. You're voting on substitute resolution RS 2020-480?
As amended.
As amended. So is this, do we vote on this and then we have to vote again? Or is this the vote?
Yeah, we're voting on the amendment as amended right now.
Okay.
And then if that gets 27 votes, I mean, with it just being 1, we could probably suspend the rules and do them both at the same time, since there's only 1 amendment. It doesn't make much sense to do 2 votes when there's only 1 amendment. So I think we consider this as the vote on the resolution and the charter amendment that goes with the resolution.
Okay, so let's go through this very carefully, okay? Because as was indicated, we only have 2 chances during a term to amend the charter. This would be 1. And so what Mr. Cooper just said, and I'll get him to repeat it, we're getting ready to vote on substitute resolution RS 2020-480 as amended. Resolution RS 2020-518, which has 3 amendments in it, is not before us because it was deferred by rule. So I think the issue is typically you put everything together, you have to vote on the amendment separately, and then you put whatever passes together in 1 resolution, and then you have to pass it again with 27 votes. At this point, because we only have 1 amendment before us on substitute resolution RS 2020-480 as amended, the question is, can we vote on, if this is the vote, is this the vote that puts it on the charter, that puts it before the people on the charter on December the 5th?
Yes, Vice Mayor, unless there is a motion to suspend the rules to consider those other amendments, then this vote would be the vote to approve the charter amendment and approve the resolution to put the charter amendment on the ballot.
Okay. Questions from the council? We're talking about an amendment to the charter. Councilmember Glover.
Then I will move to suspend the rules on 518.
Okay. So Councilmember Glover has moved to suspend the rules on RS 2020-518. Do you want to say something before I see if there's any objections?
Yes, and all it simply does is this gives another opportunity for people to say, over a 4-year period, you could raise taxes 24%. I do believe this fits within the charter guidelines. I do believe it's legal. I can ask Mr. Cooper to verify it. He helped write it, so I believe it does meet all the criteria. So I would just ask, if we don't do any other amendments, we at least give the people the opportunity to limit us on how much we can raise taxes at one particular time on a percentage basis.
Okay. So,
thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. So here's where we are. Resolution RS 2020-518 is deferred by rule. Councilmember Glover has moved to suspend the rules to have the resolution heard tonight. Is there objection to suspension of the rules? So I see hands. I see more than 2 hands, so there is objection. All right, so we are back to substitute resolution RS 2020-480 as amended. So any further questions? So if you're voting on this, we're going to a roll call vote. 27 votes is necessary. If there are 27 votes or more, this goes to be voted on by on December the 5th. Now, I'm going to ask one last question, because there's a provision in the resolution that says if for some reason the other amendment does not, there is no charter provision that is voted on December 5th, this comes off. I'm going to go to Councilor Mendez just to make sure that's clear. Councilor Mendez, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The amendment that we added includes language that states the intention that if there is no election due to the petition item not being on a ballot for whatever reason, that we wouldn't be forcing an election on just this item. The intention is for them to be together. That's not really going to be our call. This is just us stating our intention to the Election Commission, and once it got 27 votes here today, it would be up to them.
I'm sorry, what?
On the 2 chances of the charter, if it's not on there.
Yeah, so my opinion would be, since the language that was added really makes this resolution contingent upon there actually being an election otherwise on December 5th, the resolution will include specific language saying that the resolution is null and void if there is no election on December 5th. So my opinion would be that if that happened, then that would not count as one of the 2 resolutions the council can adopt, because it would be null and void on its face.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think Councilmember Mendez may have just answered my question, but I will this with Director Cooper.
Councilmember Swope, we're having, hold on just a second, we're having trouble hearing you. Go ahead and start again if you don't mind.
I'm sorry. While this is directed to Cooper, I think I made this question, Director Cooper, I'd ask for your clarification. But it seems to me that this picture does nothing to change the current status quo of the way we operate, and simply acts as a block to the petition referendum. Am I correct?
So we're having, Councilmember Swope, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you, need to do this, either repeat it or can you call me and then I'll put it on the microphone? Look, for the council members and for the ladies and for the people in the audience, we are talking about amendments to the charter. We don't do that very often, so we want to make sure we get this all correct. Councilmember Swope, can you call me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm doing that right now.
All right. All right, Councilmember Swope, can you hear me? Yeah.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep. Okay, you're on the microphone.
Excellent. This question may be direct. It is directed towards Director Cooper, and I think Councilmember Mendez may have just partially answered this, but I want clarification for everyone, if I may. My question is this: if this particular resolution or charter amendment, as it were, is set up to block a petition from the people of the city, and for no other reason does it exist, I don't think it changes anything in our current charter. Does it or does it not?
Yes, it does make amendments to the charter. It changes the language in the actual sections that would be impacted by the petition language to clarify how those conflicts would be handled and that the conflicts would be resolved in favor of this resolution.
But substantially, it doesn't change anything about the tax rate that we currently have or anything else to that matter, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
It's more of a housekeeping amendment.
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as housekeeping, but you're correct. It does not change any. It would preserve the existing authority that the council has for setting the tax rate.
I appreciate your answers. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. Let's see. Anybody else in the queue? All right. So again, we are on the board, or excuse me, we're doing a roll call vote. This is a vote on substitute resolution RS 2020-480 as amended. If it gets 27 votes, it goes to a vote on December the 5th, unless for some reason there is nothing on December the 5th, and then it does not, if that's clear. Okay. Anybody got any questions? Again, the reason I'm taking so long on this, want to make sure this is right. We don't do this very often. Councilmember Rosenberg?
Pass, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Swope, your hand is still up? Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mendez.
Yes.
Hurt.
Yes.
Allen. Yes. Glover.
No.
Swara.
Yes.
Hall. Toombs. Yes. Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
No.
Parker.
Yes.
Yes. Withers.
Yes.
Benedict.
Yes.
Van Rees.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Hager.
No.
No. Evans.
No.
No. Bradford. Yes. Broughton. Syracuse. Yes. Welsh.
Yes.
Sledge.
Yes.
Cash.
Yes.
O'Connell.
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Hauser.
Yes.
Druffel.
Yes.
Murphy. Councilmember Murphy. Yes. Pulley.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Yes. Nash.
Yes.
Vercher. Councilmember Vercher. Porterfield.
Yes.
Yes. Sepulveda.
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Stiles.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Apologize, Councilmember Lee,
Yes.
Rosenberg,
Yes.
and checking again for Councilmember Vercher.
All right, thank you, council members. The vote was 33 yes, 4 noes. So the vote is 33-4. Substitute Resolution RS 2020-480 as amended passes. All right, so we're now on to Resolution RS 2020-525 by Councilmember Toombs, Gamble, and Bradford. This is again, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the United States Marshal Service and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for detention services for federal detainees. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Committee reports?
All right, Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Yes, committee reports for Resolution 525, a motion for approval as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs.
Budget and Finance Committee approved the resolution as amended, 12-4, 0 against. I'd like to move the resolution.
All right, so you're going to move the resolution, properly seconded. I've got an amendment by Councilmember Mendez. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'd like to move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right, a motion to approve the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you. I worked out this amendment language with Sheriff Hall to clarify just a couple items, including the length of time that the city's been working with the Marshal Service to hold federal detainees, and to reflect that he's managed to get about a 50% increase in the per diem, and to reflect his policy that he does not house federal civil immigration detainees. He was okay with this amendment. I would like to move its passage.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved passage of his amendment, properly seconded. I've got Councilmember Welsh in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. 2 points. I very much support this resolution as amended. And also, I had pulled Resolution 524 off consent, and we skipped it. So I just wanted to remind you of that. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I missed it for some reason. I'll come back to it. All right, 525. We're still on Resolution RS 2020-525. We're on the amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment passes. All right, we're back on Resolution RS 2020-525 as amended. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Move for approval.
So the motion is to approve 2020-525 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're on the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Vote is 37-0. Any corrections on that? All right, that's the vote. Okay, so I'm going to go back. Resolution RS 2020-524. Thank you, Councilmember Welsh. This is a measure sponsored by Councilmember Rutherford, Toombs, Welsh, and others. It's a resolution approving an application for a Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Program grant from the U.S. Department of Commerce, Economic Development Administration to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in conjunction with the Native American Indian Association to provide a new structure to house a Circle of Life Cultural Center with administrative offices, exhibit space, and a cultural heritage museum. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized. Councilmember Rutherford? He's there. Councilmember Rutherford? There you go. You need to unmute. Hold on. Councilmember Rutherford is rebooting right now.
Toombs as co-sponsor, if you want to.
Councilmember Toombs, can you handle this one while we're waiting for Councilmember Rutherford?
Sure, committee report.
So I've got committee report, so give me the budget report, and then I'll go to public safety.
Budget and Finance, recommended approval, 12-4, 0 against.
All right, the public safety, Councilmember Gamble. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. Just on the budget?
Yep.
Okay, I had moved on to the next one. I've got to get my numbers right. All right, so Councilmember Toombs has given the budget and finance report. Councilmember Rutherford, are you back on? All right, so Councilmember, I hate to do this until Councilmember Rutherford gets here. It's his bill.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Van Rees?
I'd be happy to sign on to this resolution so that we can move it forward.
Oh, so we've got plenty of people on it. We just are waiting for Councilmember Rutherford since he was the one who sponsored it. All right, so so while we're waiting for Councilmember Rutherford to reboot, I'm going to go to Councilmember Welsh. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I pulled this off consent actually as kind of a moment of personal privilege. A very dear friend of mine, Gladys Bratzer, has worked with the Native American Indian Association for a large chunk of her life, and this was a project very, very near and dear to her heart. She recently died of COVID, and the last time that we spoke, in fact, the last time that she could speak, she asked me if I would do everything that I could on council to try to move this forward, and I promised her that I would, and I am just, in her honor tonight, I will very proudly vote for this, and I appreciate this moment of personal privilege. This meant very much to her, and consequently means very, very much to me, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Welsh. Councilmember Rutherford?
Yes, I'm with you now.
There he is. Okay, so we've been talking about your resolution. We have a motion on the resolution. It's been properly seconded. Do you have anything to say on your resolution?
I missed the entire thing with Councilmember Welsh, so my apologies. I was in the process of rebooting. So I'm not sure what that was about, or if there's something in particular that I need to address in relation to the questions you might have.
Councilmember Welsh, I think, was talking about how important this resolution is to a friend who has passed away, and that it's important to her. So there was nothing but positive things about your resolution.
Oh, okay. Thanks for rehashing that. I appreciate that. This has been something that's been in the works for a while. It actually dates back to the previous term. And this is something that we're going to be very proud of to have in not only District 31, but in Nashville as a whole. It will be a great addition to our city, and I'm happy to move approval.
All right. So, Councilmember Rutherford, we have a motion to approve, properly seconded. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, all those in favor of Resolution RS 2020-524 indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain for any reason? 37 to 0, resolution passes. Thank you both, Councilmember Rutherford and Councilmember Welsh. We're now on Resolution RS 2020-527 by Councilmember Hall. It's a resolution appropriating a total of $1.5 million from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund to Jefferson Street United Merchants Partnership and Street Works for COVID-19 related community outreach, testing, and care. Councilmember Hall, are you on the call? Councilmember Hall. All right, so it's an automatic deferral under Rule 14, and it's an automatic deferral, so it's a deferred one meeting because Councilmember Hall is not here. All right, bill is deferred. A resolution is deferred one meeting. All right, so we're now on Resolution RS 2020-541 by Councilmember Gamble. Resolution recognizing the naming of streets in District 3 in honor of former Metro Council members Chester Hughes and Dr. Carolyn Baldwin Tucker. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
All right, Rules Committee, Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Rules voted in favor, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
I'd like to move for approval with the brief explanation.
All right, Councilmember Gamble has moved passage of Resolution RS 2020-541, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. This resolution is recognizing the naming of streets in District 3 in honor of former council members Chester Hughes and Dr. Carolyn Baldwin Tucker, and they were very influential in our community, doing great work while they served in the Metro Council to improve the quality of life in our community. Mr. Chester Hughes passed away while in office in 2004, and Dr. Carolyn Baldwin Tucker still lives in the district today. And I'd like to read the resolution for the viewing public so that they may hear and appreciate the contributions that these former council members made to our community. Whereas Chester Hughes served as council member in District 3 from 2003. Mr. Nash, if you can mute, please. From 2003 until his death in 2004 after a brief illness, and whereas Councilmember Hughes was instrumental in the securing much-needed retail establishments in District 3, including the Walmart at Skyline Commons and the Walgreens at the corner of Dickerson Road and Old Hickory Boulevard, and whereas Councilmember Hughes also fought to have utility lines constructed underground in new residential subdivisions to enhance utility services and improve the aesthetic quality of streetscapes and neighborhoods. And whereas Dr. Carolyn Baldwin Tucker, as the first African-American woman elected as a council member at large in Davidson County in 1999, and whereas Dr. Tucker is a retired school principal and former administrator in Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools with more than 50 years of experience as an educator, and whereas Dr. Tucker also served as an interim superintendent of Murfreesboro Schools and a consultant for the Tennessee Department of Education. And whereas Habitat for Humanity is in the process of obtaining approval of a new residential subdivision near Village Trail in District 3, which will include Chester Hughes Circle and Dr. Carolyn Tucker Circle as two of the streets to be dedicated to the Metropolitan government for acceptance and maintenance. And whereas it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Council recognizes and commemorates the naming of this right-of-way in honor of Chester Hughes and Dr. Carolyn Baldwin Tucker. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Section 1, the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record as recognizing the naming of the streets in District 3 in honor of former Metro Council members Chester Hughes and Dr. Carolyn Baldwin Tucker. This resolution shall take effect from and after its adoption, the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Gamble. So we've got our motion to approve Resolution RS 2020-541. It's been properly seconded. I've got a couple people on the queue. Councilmember Welsh, your hand's up.
Sorry, Vice Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Mr. Vice Mayor, would it be appropriate to ask if all those voting in the affirmative could be added onto the resolution?
Unless there's an objection, then everybody voting in the affirmative becomes a sponsor of this resolution. Thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Sir.
You're welcome. Anybody else in the queue? We're voting on Resolution RS 2020-541 by Councilmember Gamble and hopefully everyone else. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Aye.
The vote is 37-0. Resolution passes. Thank you, Councilmember Gamble, and thank you, Councilmember Lee. That ends the resolutions. We have 3 late filed resolutions. I'm going to go to Councilmember Sepulveda first for the first of the 3 late filed resolutions. Mr. Cooper, if you don't mind, if you've got it,
It just
we had
went
it?
away. It just
All
went
right.
away. If you
So,
give me just a second, I apologize.
That's okay. I think I may have it somewhere.
I'm having major computer problems, so.
All right, so Councilmember Sepulveda, what we're trying to do is find the caption of the bill.
It's ridiculous. Okay,
Got it?
I'll put it up so you can see it a little larger. Okay, can you see this?
You want to just read it?
Can we read it?
Mr. Cooper is going to read the caption.
This is a resolution accepting a grant from Second Harvest Food Bank of Middle Tennessee to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville Farmers Market for $100,000 in CARES Act funds to be used to reimburse farmers market vendors/farmers who accept food vouchers provided by Second Harvest to Davidson County residents affected by COVID-19.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. Well done. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're recognized on your late filed resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Move to suspend the rules.
All right, so so let me ask you that. Did you take this before the Rules Committee?
Yes.
All right, so let me get a report from Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Rules, confirmations and public elections did not have any objection.
All right, okay, so Councilmember Sepulveda, you've heard the explanation of the caption. Councilmember Sepulveda has moved to suspend the rules to get this before us tonight. Any objection? Seeing nobody in the queue, rules are suspended. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're on your resolution.
Great. So before you is just an amendment to the $2.5 million that was approved for Second Harvest. It's allocating $100,000 from that fund to farmers and vendors at the farmers market to reimburse them for vouchers that Second Harvest gave out.
All right. So thank you, Councilmember Sepulveda. Did it go before any other, did it go before budget?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to go to a budget. Did it only budget? Is that the only committee it went to?
Codes. It went to codes and farmers market.
All right. So let me get a report from Councilmember Toombs first, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Cash.
Budget and Finance voted for approval, 12-4-0 against.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized for Codes Committee.
We voted approval 8-0.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Sepulveda, you're on your resolution.
That's the only thing I could connect to.
All you have to do is move for passage if you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah, move for approval.
Okay. So Councilmember Sepulveda has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the late filed resolution? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Vote is 37-0. Councilmember Sepulveda, you pass your resolution. All right, we got two other late filed. These are both MAC grants. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on two of these measures.
Move to suspend the rules.
All right, so can we take these together or have to be taken
We can
separately?
take them together.
Okay, so I'm going to get Mr. Cooper to read the captions before we vote on the suspension.
Okay, the first one is a resolution to appropriate grant funds from the Tennessee Housing Development Agency to the Metro, acting by and through the Metropolitan Action Commission for low-income home energy assistance program services targeted toward the elderly, disabled, veterans, and households with children under the age of 6 years. And sorry, okay, here we go. And the second one is a resolution to appropriate supplemental benefit grant funds from the Tennessee Housing Development Agency to Metro, acting by and through the Metropolitan Action Commission for low-income home energy assistance program services targeted toward the elderly, disabled, veterans, and households with children under the age of 6 years. These two resolutions are the same program operated through MAC. It's just coming through two different sources of state funding, or two different buckets.
All right, so we've got these two late file resolutions, and we'll take them together. Councilmember Toombs is moving suspension of the rules. Councilmember Johnston, a report from the Rules Committee.
Rules had no objection to either one of those suspension of the rules.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Toombs, I believe you moved for suspension of the rules. So Councilmember Toombs has moved for suspension of the rules to hear both these late file resolutions, these two MAC grants. Any objections to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, rules are suspended. You're on both these resolutions. Take them up at the same time. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
For committee reports,
you took them, I assume they went to budget. Did they go anywhere else?
Just maybe
Health hospitals.
Hospitals.
Health and hospitals, okay. Councilmember Toombs, budget?
budget recommended approval of both resolutions, 12-4-0 against.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Taylor, Health and Hospitals.
Health and Hospitals recommended approval for both, 7 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Back to you, Councilmember Toombs, on your resolutions.
Move for approval.
Councilmember Toombs has moved for approval on both these resolutions, properly seconded on both. Any discussion on the late file resolutions? We're voting on both of them. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? 37 to 0, both resolutions pass. Thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Okay, so that completes, I believe, everything on our resolution calendar. We're on bills on introduction and first reading. Any bills that need to come off that need to be considered separately? Councilmember Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like BL 2024-50 to be pulled off, please.
All right, thank you. BL 2020-450 is pulled off introduction and first reading. Anybody else? Anything else needs to be pulled off? Okay, if there's no other objection, we'll consider all other ordinances except for BL 2020-450 on first reading and one voted at this time. Motion to adopt. See a motion to adopt, properly seconded. Any discussion on bills on first reading? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Votes 37 to 0. Bills pass on first reading. And now we're back to BL 2020-450. This is Councilmember Suarez, O'Connell, Pulley, and others. It's an ordinance to amend the geographic information system street and alley center line layout for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing the name of Fifth Avenue North and Opry Place to Representative John Lewis Way North, and by changing the name of Fifth Avenue South to Representative John Lewis Way South. Councilmember Suarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment on the bill with an explanation.
Okay, so Councilmember Suarez has moved an amendment on 2020-450. It's properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know we typically don't do conversation on first reading, but this amendment is crucial to this bill moving forward. As the bill reads, we all know the extent of late Representative John Lewis' connection to Nashville, and so the Minority Caucus, working with a group of community members, decided to name Fifth Avenue after him. And there's a lot of stories and history and connection on Fifth Avenue to Representative John Lewis, from Jefferson to the Freedom Riders on the bus stations, to the sit-ins at Woodward, to the Nashville City Cemetery. There's so much connection. We're planning a trail. We have some of the people that participate in the sit-ins, Professor Gloria McKissick, ready to do a tour. There's a plan for a walk from one end to the other. We've got support from American Baptist, from Fisk, from Ryman, Representative Lewis have connection to Ryman Auditorium, the Country Music Hall of Fame, Predator Sounds, the Hilton. There's a lot of support. We have a petition online from the community. Everybody supports this endeavor, and as a way to unite our community and bring us around something that is great. So what this amendment is doing is that the committee had originally intended to stop at Jefferson Street, but we later decided to extend it into Germantown, Salem Town. I will say that the addition was without the knowledge of the district council member, by the way. But after we added it, we've had some Zoom meetings. I attended the Germantown neighborhood meeting yesterday, and the neighborhood association voted. They are overwhelmingly support of the celebration from Jefferson downward. They are in celebration of doing whatever else needs to be done. Everybody agrees this is a great thing. But based on the response that we've had, this amendment will now stop the name renaming at Jefferson Street and will not go into Germantown, Salem Town. And so with that, I move for approval of the amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Suara. This is an amendment on BL 2024-50. It was properly moved. Is there any discussion about the amendment? Seeing nobody in the, Councilmember Withers, Councilmember Withers, your hand was up and then it went down.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to see if we could get confirmation from the district council member as to this, the amendment.
Councilmember O'Connell, I believe this is your district.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure I understand the question.
Councilmember Withers?
I wanted to make sure that the district council member agrees with the summary we got and is in support of the amendment. That's what the question. I'm so sorry.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I feel that the public community meetings, I have been able to follow the latest updates, and I mean, generally want to have the most productive community conversation and also support the member and the minority caucus as well as the committee that's been working on this. I think the overall effort here to appropriately reflect a remarkable legacy, including very ties to Nashville for Congressman Lewis, we need to be a focus of this body and the city, and I'm eager to continue working on it. I think the amendment presents some of the, the need to keep the discussion community. We'll see what other work comes of this, but I'm overall in very strong support of the bill. I think we'll see what work comes out of it with the amendment applied.
Councilmember Withers?
Mr. Vice Mayor and to District 19 Councilmember O'Connell and Councilmember Suara. I just appreciate all that. I know that street renamings can be controversial sometimes, even with good intentions, and that in today's environment, it can sometimes be challenging to get, to make sure that we've heard from everybody. So anything that goes on in district, I always want to make sure that the district council member is informed and at least on board with it. And I know that unfortunately or fortunately for Councilmember O'Connell, District 19, I think everyone feels like they have a stake in it or a say in it. And I want to make sure that he and his constituents that he represents and business owners and stakeholders, I just want to make sure that they're heard and that their voices are given first priority as we make this decision. But this sounds great. Thank you. Thank you to everyone involved.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and I just want to thank the sponsor for the tremendous work that she has done and how she has brought this to the community and spoken with them and listened to the things that they had to say. There is a quote that says, "To fight and conquer in all our battles is not supreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the resistance without fighting. And I believe that she has done that superbly. And I am very happy that we all can celebrate and honor this legend of a man and rename Fifth Avenue after Representative John R. Lewis in high fashion. And I just wanted to thank her and thank the Minority Caucus for the support that they've given her, all of the community leaders, and Councilman O'Connell.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Anybody else in the queue? All right, seeing none, we are on the amendment. We are voting on the amendment, which was properly seconded. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? The amendment passes 37 to 0 to 0. Councilmember Suara, you're now on your bill as amended on first reading. Need a motion to approve.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to move for the bill as approved as amended.
Okay, so this is BL 2020-450 as amended, approval on first reading. The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you so much. In the ongoing conversation, the members of the LGBTQ caucus will be hosting a conversation in regard to this at our meeting on Friday. Mr. Lewis co-sponsored more than a dozen bills through his career as a lawmaker to protect and advance the rights of LGBTQ people. Among those bills was the Equality Act, which he was a lead sponsor. He meant a lot to our community as well, and we look forward to continuing the discussion with the Minority Caucus Chair and Ms. Nora on Friday. Thank you so much. We look forward to that discussion.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. We are on 2020-450 as amended on first reading. All those in favor of the bill, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no. Any abstentions? 37 to 0 to 0. BL 2020-450 as amended passes on first reading. I believe that takes care of all bills on first reading. We are now on bills on second reading. I'm going to go through, there is a consent calendar. I'm going to go through the bills on consent. Again, these are bills on second reading. Bill 2020-423 is on consent. 425 is on consent. 426, 427, 428, 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, and 434. Those are the bills on second reading on the consent calendar. Anything needs to be bumped? Seeing none, I'm going to read you the captions on bills on second reading on the consent calendar. BL 2020-423 by Suara and Henderson, ordinance to amend section 4.36.020 of the Metropolitan Code regarding suspension or debarment. BL 2020-425 by Councilmember Rosenberg, ordinance to amend chapter 16.24 of the Metropolitan Code to restrict the amount of fill material that can be placed upon property in close proximity to a river. 2020-426 by Councilmember Toombs, Sledge, Welsh, and others, ordinance establishing a program for the purpose of providing assistance to low-income elderly residents in the Metropolitan government for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Bill 2020-427 by Roberts, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing easement rights for five properties located at 4427 Michigan Avenue, a portion of formerly a portion of an unnumbered alley. Bill 2020-428, Toombs, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the 14th Avenue North Stormwater Improvement Project for 6 properties located on 14th Avenue North and Middle Street. BL 2020-429 by Benedict, Murphy, and Nash, ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the Pennington Avenue Stormwater Improvement Project for 8 properties located on Pennington Avenue and Burn Street. BL 2020-430 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water main, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements to relocate existing water main and to accept new water main, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 1419 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. 2020-431 by Council Members Taylor, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water mains and easements and to accept a new public water main, fire hydrants, and easements for property located at 640 21st Avenue North. Bill 2020-432 by Pulley, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, and to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements property located at 1120 Glendale Lane. BL 2020-433 by Council Members Toombs, Murphy, and Nash. It's an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 6 properties located on Youngs Lane and West Trinity Lane, also known as New Cumberland Townhomes. And BL 2020-434 by Council Members Benedict, Murphy, and Nash. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer easement rights for property located at 4810 Gallatin Pike. Anything that needs to be bumped off the second reading consent calendar? Seeing none, I'm going to go to committee reports. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval for BL 2020-423 and 426, 12-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Cash, Codes Fair and Farmers Market.
We voted to approve 2024-25, 8-0.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you. We voted 423 and 424 through 434, 16 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Nash, Public Works.
Public Works discussed 425, 427, 428, 429, 430, 431, 432, 433, and 434, approved all, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Nash, can I get a motion to approve everything on the second reading consent agenda?
You can get that motion. I so move.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Nash has moved approval of all the bills on second reading. Thank you. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bills on second reading on the consent calendar? Seeing nobody's hands in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the bills on second reading consent agenda, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? Bill passes 37-0. All right, that's the second reading consent agenda. All right, so we go back and pick up the bills that were not on the consent agenda. Substitute Bill BL 2020-224 by Councilmember Taylor, Hauser, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 11.22 of the Metropolitan Code to require landlords to provide notice to tenants prior to a sale of the property. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Committee reports.
Let's see, refer to Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. We voted to defer this one meeting, 16 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval for deferral, one meeting.
All right, so Councilmember Taylor has moved to defer 2020-224 one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the deferral motion of one meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Excuse me, Council. Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Hold on, hold on.
I apologize. And it's been requested from the Affordable Housing Committee for a re-referral as well.
All right, so we'll automatically refer it back to the Affordable Housing Committee.
They've already approved it, so it would be a new referral.
So it'll be a new referral because it's already approved it once. All right, so let's go back to the vote. It was a motion to defer one meeting, which was properly approved. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill is deferred. Substitute Bill BL 2022-24 is deferred one meeting. All right, we're on BL 2020-387 by Councilmember Hancock, Evans, O'Connell, and others. Ordinance amending Section 3.24.010 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to health insurance benefits for members of the Metropolitan Council after they leave office. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized. Councilmember Hancock, you are muted. There you go.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the amendment.
All right, so I'm going to go to Councilmember O'Connell because I believe it was Councilmember O'Connell's amendment. Councilmember O'Connell, you want to move your amendment?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Mayor, thank you. I would like to move the amendment with a brief comment.
All right, so Councilmember O'Connell has moved his amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Mr. President, this amendment, the timely filed one, is one that I believe many colleagues are aware of, which basically I recognize that so much of this discussion has centered on the notion of this bill applying to anybody who ran for office with an expectation, and my personal take is I did not want to support the bill if it was going to effectively pull the rug out from members who are already serving. So this basically would cause the effects of the bill to apply only to those members elected after a possible second term for anybody who's currently serving in their first term. Effectively means no one who would be voting on it tonight could be affected by the impact of the bill.
All right, so you've heard an explanation of the amendment. It was properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Hauser, you're recognized.
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time or after we move on the amendment to bring up a question that I had and a comment. Should that come after we take care of the amendment, or?
Well, it depends on, is the question about the amendment or is it a question about the bill?
The bill.
Okay, so hold on. Let's get the amendment. Let's figure out how to deal with the amendment, then I'll come back to you on the bill. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, I've got Councilmember Parker. Is it on the amendment? Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to vote against this amendment. I think that the decision that we're faced with is a policy choice, and we should not exempt, first-termers should not exempt ourselves from making that policy choice for ourselves. So I believe that if you think this is the right path to go, I'm not going to be supporting this amendment for that reason. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Parker. Looking to see who else is in the queue. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a question for Mr. Cooper. Without this amendment, how does this apply to council members in their second term, particularly ones who were elected in a runoff?
Mr. Cooper.
I'll have to pull the amendment up, but my recollection is that it just extends it out 4 years, and council members.
I'm sorry, without the amendment, Mr. Cooper.
Without the amendment, so council members, the charter provides that you, although the term starts September 1, you previous council members hold over until their successors are elected and qualified. So the interpretation has always been that even if you are elected with a runoff, that you were elected for that 4-year term that started September 1st. So that's the way it's always been applied in the past.
Councilmember Rosenberg.
So does that mean that before August 31st includes everybody who was elected in August or September of 2015?
Yes, everyone, that has always been the interpretation, that even though you may have served 3 years and 300 40 or 50 days, whatever it is, that's still a 4-year term, and 2 of those together make up the 8 years that qualifies you for the eligibility.
And those 8 years end before August 31st, 2023?
Under the way the bill is written now or with the amendment, which?
I'm asking if the 8 years of service you just mentioned, that's 8 years as of August 30th, 2023?
With the amendment? I'm sorry, I'm trying to
completely independent of the bill. I'm asking whether 8 years beginning with the election of 2015 goes through August 30th of 2023, since the bill as written says it has to be 8 years of service before August 31st, 2023.
My interpretation is that it would. I mean, that's the language that has always been used in the in that code provision.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Just looking for clarification.
All right, thank you, Councilman Rosenberg. Anybody else in the queue? Okay, we're on the amendment by Councilmember O'Connell. Again, we're on BL 2023-87. Councilmember
Vice Mayor, I have my hand raised.
Okay, Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you so very much. Can Director Cooper answer for us if the amendment passes, at what point will we actually see savings to Metro?
Mr. Cooper.
Again, I'm still trying to find the amendment on my computer that is not working right. Do you have the page number of the amendment in the packet?
That's it.
I apologize, it's just not coming up here. Okay, you know what? This is the one that was actually emailed later that was inadvertently left out of the packet because it was a carryover. That's why I'm not finding it. So under the amendment, basically it just extends it out 4 years. So anyone that is serving now in this term, if they are elected again, then after the second term, they would still be eligible. So you would not start seeing any savings until after the end of the next council term.
Thank you, Director.
All right, we're still on Councilmember O'Connell's amendment. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Okay, so Director Cooper, I just want to make sure I understand here. So we have a 34% property tax increase. This really won't save anything right now for the taxpayers of Nashville. And in fact, nobody on this council right now would be affected by this in any way whatsoever.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
I just want to thank the council member for sponsoring this amendment. I think his rationale for doing so is in the right place. However, I agree with Councilman Parker, and we'll be voting no on the amendment.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Hancock, you're recognized.
I just wanted to address the savings question that was asked.
Councilmember Hancock?
So if we had voted for this when it first came up in 2012, we would have now been saving $221,000 a year. If we would have voted for this in 2015 or 17, we would now be saving $425,000 a year. If we vote for this now, we won't be saving until the end of, with this amendment, until 2027. But then we'll be saving $700,000 a year. This is exponential.
Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you. I've been giving this a lot of thought. I think all of us have. The last couple of weeks have And the amendment allows us to kind of address the issue of people looking to serve and anticipating what the benefits package may or may not be. And I think that by supporting the amendment, you have an opportunity to be able to have plenty of time for people to understand that, and even for the next council that follows us, even half of you that are here now in your first term, to work with personnel even on whether or not a raise is needed or any sort of additional benefits or tweaking of it before 2027, and still be able to do that because it would not affect you. I just think that gives appropriate room for good judgment, not only for us today, but also for those in 2023. I know that I am unlikely to support this bill without the amendment. And so the amendment, although I'm still thinking about it, the amendment does have my support, and I urge my colleagues to think on these things.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Van Rees. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. I agree with everything that Councilmember Van Rees just stated, that having a little bit more time gives all of us an ability to make the best decisions that we can long term. I want to go on record and say that I appreciate the enthusiasm and the integrity of the sponsors of this bill, who are, I think, they're all first-term council members this time. I really appreciate their efforts to try to find savings at this time, particularly as it even would affect themselves. I think that's honorable and noble and praiseworthy. I think that's especially praiseworthy considering that these council members came into a first term. We experienced a tornado, a pandemic, a major budget issue, and now even more things. In particular, this is unsolicited praise, but I would really like to praise Councilmember Erin Evans for bringing this forward, because she dealt with the tornado significantly, as did others. But I think for Councilmember Erin Evans, just unsolicited praise. I just want to say I have so much respect for the integrity that you and others bring in bringing this legislation initially. I do agree with Councilmember Van Rees that this amendment is not necessarily self-serving, I think, for members who are currently in their first term, but it's a good idea to give more time to make a really confident decision long-term about what is the role of the Metro Council and what does it take to serve on the Metro Council today. So I'm in support of the amendment. I'm willing to support the amendment. However, when it comes to the bill as amended, my recommendation to the body as a past chair of the Personnel Committee would be perhaps to consider a deferral to track with the upcoming budget, so that as we've established, this will have very little effect on any of us, really, in any budgetary sense either. But perhaps members would consider at that time, once this amendment is added, a deferral to track it with the budget, so we do have about 9 months more time to think about it holistically, look at benefits, look at support staff that might be needed for council, other technology that might be needed, just any of those things. I think a more comprehensive view would work. But I do want to go on record as praising the sponsors who brought the legislation and expressing my support for Councilmember O'Connell's amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. There's been a lot of information swirling around about this, and I'm still hearing some things that I'm not sure that I'm very clear on, and I just want to make sure I have a really good understanding of all this, especially for the general public. It's my understanding that the bill as written will not impact this council. So I don't know that we're going to be, by voting down this amendment, we're going to be affecting ourselves on this council as we sit today. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding this amendment will apply to those if they are currently in their first term. Should they become reelected during the next term, it would have some impact on them. Is that correct, Mr. Cooper?
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, currently the bill is for the 2023 term. The amendment extends that to October 1st to address the issue Councilman Rosenberg was talking about, 2027.
Okay. All right. So just to be clear, it doesn't affect us as we sit on this council. Should a first-term council member be reelected to a second term, this amendment would have an impact on their ability to access these benefits. But as it sits right now, it doesn't affect this council per se. Secondly, if the amendment passes, I'm not really seeing where we would see a savings until 2031, because the savings wouldn't apply until those council members who were elected in 2023 and served a full 8 years would provide us any level of impact. Is that correct?
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, I think that's right. I mean, as far as ensuring that no one new takes advantage of it, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, I appreciate that clarification, and so I'm going to stand in support of the amendment. I believe for many of the reasons that have already been spoken, and I appreciate Councilmember O'Connell for putting that forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Hart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I just wanted to also thank the sponsor for the amendment. The Minority Caucus met last night and had a spirited discussion in regards to this, knowing that the original sponsor's intent was to make sure that there was diversity on the council, making sure that it was diversity racially as well as socioeconomically, and making sure that there were quality individuals who had an opportunity to serve, and that the council should represent the city of Nashville and not just one group of individuals. And with this amendment, and actually we were hoping for some additional amendments to further support this effort. So I would be voting in favor of a deferral, and in order for there to be some more discussion and we walk away with a legislation that all of us could be proud of. So, and I really want to thank the Minority Caucus for the in-depth conversation that was engaged for us to come in and see things in a broader sense. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hart. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am speaking in opposition to the amendment, even though I do sincerely appreciate the spirit within which it was offered, and the concerns around it. Colleagues, this has been advised for well over a decade now that this is something that we need to address. And so, with each council body kind of pushing it further and further into the future from an impact perspective, I think we've heard loud and clear from the community their feelings on this. And to Mr. Withers' point, there are several among us co-sponsors that are second-term council members. I was a co-sponsor on similar legislation last term. And so colleagues, I often feel like we're having the wrong conversation sometimes. So, we're discussing this because it's before us and it's important, but trying to work out benefits after the term to make up for the fact that we are not appropriately compensated, again, it's the wrong conversation. The same Deloitte study that recommended that this benefit be sunsetted also recommended that the council be paid more appropriately for the time that we work. As a body, those are the things that we need to be doing from an educational perspective, talking about how this council works, the size of this council, term limits, and so forth. So, in this moment, this is what's before us and what we can do, and I think we need to make sure that the positive impact comes as quickly as possible. But, this isn't the kind of be-all to end-all on the ability to have a diverse body. What will get us to a diverse body is that this is a full-time professional position, as we all know that it is. And so I would encourage us not to spend all our kind of energy on this particular post-employment benefit. Again, I thank Councilwoman Hancock for bringing it. I thank Councilman O'Connell for the spirit of this amendment. But, this just keeps compounding and compounding, colleagues. And I think if we get over this hurdle and address this, we have 3 more years in this term to really start to advance and educate the public about the importance of a full-time professional body.
So, Councilmember Henderson, your time is up.
Yes, sir.
So.
Thank you, sir. So I do not support the amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to ask Attorney Cooper if this has been before the benefit board and or why it wasn't referred to the benefit board. Typically, I know like when I was, I have experience as being personnel chair as well last term, and when we went over the pay increase.
Point of order, this is not an amendment.
Actually, I would like to know why the amendment would have gone to the benefit board as well, I would assume. I'm just wondering about the process of how this tracked before us.
Mr. Cooper?
Legislation that put this into place going back to the 1980s or early 90s, it did not go to the benefit board, at least not that I could find. And since I've been here, attempts to modify it, and the times that it has been modified, hasn't gone to the benefit board. Since it's only applicable to council members and former council members and not to other Metro employees, it has not been considered by the benefit board.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Cash?
Previous question.
Councilmember Cash has called the previous question. We're on the amendment. Previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are on Councilmember O'Connell's amendment to BL 2020-387. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Opposed, no.
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 All right, we're going to. So I've got a lot of hands on the board. If everybody will clear their machines, and if you're voting no, if you will put your hands up on the board, then I won't have to do a roll call, okay? I believe the vote is in favor, but if you will clear your hands, and then if you want to vote no on the amendment, if you will put your hands up on the board. I'm going to call it the names. Make sure I've got this right. These are people who are voting no on the amendment, okay? So I've got Councilmember Hauser voting no. Councilmember Rosenberg voting no. Councilmember Glover voting no. Councilmember Henderson voting no. Councilmember Cash voting no. Councilmember Benedict voting no. Councilmember Evans voting no. Councilmember Johnston voting no. Nash, Swope, Bradford, Parker. I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so I've got 10 noes. Any abstentions, just to make sure I've got that?
Vice Mayor, I see 9 hands.
Okay, hands back up on the board.
With you, it was 10.
Now I see 11 hands. 1, 2, 3, 4.
11.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now I'm seeing more hands. 12. All right. So I've got Councilmember Hauser as a no, Councilmember Rosenberg as a no, Glover as a no, Henderson as a no, Cash as a no, Johnston no, Benedict no, Evans no, Nash no, Swope no, Bradford no, Parker no, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. I had 12 no's. Okay. I want to make sure, any abstentions? If so, let me know. All right, so the amendment passes, and the vote would be 27 to 10. Amendment passes. I'm sorry. 25 to 12. Got that 10 from originally. 25 to 12, amendment passes. We are now on Bill 2020-387 as amended. Back to you, Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would also like to say thank you to my co-sponsor, Councilors Aaron Evans, Freddie O'Connell, Russ Bradford, John Rutherford, and Angie Henderson. I'd like to say a thank you additionally to the entire council for enabling me to bring this to the floor. This bill is not about access to health care. We will still move forward as is with current and former council members. This bill does not decide whether this is a full-time or a part-time job, and however you choose to serve, all future council members will still have full coverage while on the job. This bill is about fiscal responsibility. It saves money for the future, just as the rate voted in last term was not effective until this term. We must make decisions beyond today for tomorrow. We must replenish our reserves. We must address this $4.5 billion in debt. It is going to be a long road out. If we start making wise choices, we can, as Mayor Cooper said today, we can fix the problems. Don't compound them. The people ultimately have our back, and it is for them we serve. Let's make the right decision today, not for the 40 of us or the 40 to follow, but for the 700,000 taxpayers throughout Nashville. We got this, Nashville. And with this, I would like to yield my time to Councilman O'Connell.
Councilmember O'Connell, you got 1 minute, 32 seconds.
All right, I will try to be brief. So Bill 202387 as amended, as we have just clarified, does not impact currently serving members. This bill in no version of the draft ever had the effect of ending lifetime access to Metro managed insurance policies for council members. it does adjust the cost ratio that people pay. The bill impacts only future council classes, and what it does is adjust the subsidy paid by future former council members. To Councilmember Hurt's point, I do have what was a late filed amendment. I'm going to run it as a timely filed amendment. If this bill passes on second, we will consider that on meeting. That eases even in the transition for future council members so that it steps down from 75-25 Metro subsidy to 50-50 for 8 years, and then to finally the 25-75 as proposed in this bill. I know that the principal argument against this bill is the impact on diversity, but in years of watching council races, I just find it hard to believe that Nashville is full of people who would gladly seek office if they got 75-25 taxpayer-funded premium subsidy, but not if they got only 8 years of a 50-50 subsidy and a 25-75 subsidy thereafter. I think we will continue to see a diverse council, and I know that taxpayers will appreciate our long-term fiscal responsibility.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. So I'm going to go through the queue. I'm going to try to find people who haven't spoken yet. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this back. Since I've been on the council, this has come up 4 times, I think, and it's been a long and difficult discussion every time. I appreciate the fact that people have seen this as a way to increase diversity on the council. But I also appreciate Councilmember Hancock sending out data that we could actually look at to see who has taken advantage of it. And that list doesn't convince me that this actually has done anything to increase diversity. So as we've mentioned, there are certainly other things that we can undertake to continue to have a diverse council, but this has not proven itself to be one of those ways, and I think we owe it to the taxpayers to make this change. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The issue I continue to have with this bill is what the sponsor said it doesn't do. We're essentially making a choice about future benefits for unknown council members without really addressing the real issue, which is that this is a full-time job. And we keep not being honest with ourselves and, quite frankly, with our constituents if we call it anything but that. So the difficulty I have is that we're trying to separate a conversation that should be put together. We should be talking about what is a real salary and benefits package for a council member in Nashville in 2020 look like. And when I address this with my constituents, I put it just like that, to say I'd much rather see someone like the Civil Service Commission, Benefits Board, Study Formulating Committee, you name it, a resident constituent-led commissioner board really look at what this means. And I know that there's a consultant study out there from 5 or 6 years ago. Go look at the cities that are on that consultant study. From some of them, there were council members that made $2,000 a year. What we really need to have is an honest conversation about what it means to be a council member in Nashville of the 21st century. And to me, you cannot separate those conversations. You cannot decide that we're going to cut one piece off without addressing the entire piece of it, because it will impact who runs for office. Not that there's any sort of split on the insurance, but the fact that somebody's going to look at it and say, what am I going to have to give up? Or quite frankly, they're going to look at it and say, I can't even begin to try. So for that reason, I'd ask the sponsor to consider doing what others have asked and deferring this so that we can talk through this holistically, because yes, things need to change, but it all needs to change. It doesn't need to be piecemeal. We've already talked about how this bill isn't going to change things immediately. We have time to talk this over. We should be taking that time to talk it over. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Rutherford?
Thank you, Mr. President. This may be about health care benefits, but it's not a health care issue. It's about sound fiscal policy, and it's a right and wrong issue. For a council member to receive a benefit that no other employee of Metro government receives, or to receive it in a manner in which others do not receive it, or that takes a full career of service to attain, puts council members in a special class. From public response to this bill that we've all been seeing, those we represent clearly do not appreciate our special class status, and they rightfully are expecting us to do something about it. I keep hearing about this being a drop in the bucket, but excess is excess, no matter how big or small that it might be. I also keep hearing about how this will not save us any money for several years to come, which is true, but shouldn't we care about future budgets and future spending? I, for one, care about more than just the here and now, and I believe the sentiment of our constituents is the same. So, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Hauser.
Thank you. I think there are several things we need to look at, and I agree very much with what Councilmember Sledge had proposed in this. We have not had the proper people even looking at this bill. I feel that there's this good intention, but by the way we've gone about it, we haven't really had the Employee Benefits Board or the Metro HR even look at this. And there's been so much disinformation, which really makes me angry. To call it a lifetime benefit, it's not a lifetime benefit. And I can speak from this because I collect Medicare. I'm ineligible for this insurance no matter what I wanted to pay for it. So to call it a lifetime benefit is not correct, because once a person gets to 65 and they're eligible for Medicare, this insurance doesn't apply. You can pay for it, but you're not going to get anything out of it. So basically be making a donation. So calling it a lifetime benefit is incorrect. The fact that we have just passed an amendment that nobody on the council today would be impacted by it speaks to the fact that this is not a good bill. It's not been written properly. We need to defer the bill. We need to have Metro HR and the Benefits Board look at it. This needs to really be analyzed and then come up with a plan that is equitable, because the way it is written, it's not. And I know there was good intention by it, but there's been so much misinformation by the hundreds of emails we got talking about the lifetime benefit or how unfair this is. Obviously, these folks have not been provided the correct information, and I feel that angers me so much when disinformation is put out, and I feel that our constituents are intelligent enough to hear the real information. When I first brought up the idea about how inaccurate the lifetime benefit statement was, I was told that the constituents just wouldn't understand. I think our constituents understand. Age 65, you get Medicare. You do not get this insurance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hauser. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Hauser, for bringing that up. So I'm not going to stress that point as it relates to the Medicare, but thank you for bringing that, because I was going to include that in my talking points also. So it's been mentioned that this is about fiscal responsibility, Vice Mayor, and we are partly in the situation that we're in because we've been taking these penny and nickel approaches to the budget. I agree with my other colleagues that we need to do a comprehensive review as it relates to the benefits of this body. That study was a skewed study. It compared our body to other areas where they receive a much higher salary, where they receive a travel stipend, they receive reimbursements for their meals, they have staff, they have pensions. So along with Councilwoman Hauser, part of my frustration is that our community, they've been stirred up as it relates to this. And we haven't done our own due diligence on our side. No one even mentioned about the Medicare. No one even mentioned about the disparity between us being compared to other governments and their benefits. To Councilman Sledge's point, if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Let's put our best effort forward, and let's stop exploiting the emotions of people in the city. We know that this is a hot topic. This is a hot topic, and for it to be for us to be painted as just some of the emails that we receive, and we just got to do better, Vice Mayor. This has been more than time consuming. A lot of our colleagues have had their feelings hurt. They've received communications with being called various things, and I know that may not have been the intent of the sponsors, but nevertheless, that was the outcome. I would implore the sponsor to defer this, and I recommend, Vice Mayor, that you appoint a special committee to evaluate the benefits. If we're going to couch this and say it's a fiscal policy, we need to evaluate those council members that's going to be rolling off as it relates to Medicare. We need to evaluate cutting down our health care costs as it relates to council members and Metro employees utilizing General Hospital. We have a benefit there that a lot of employees that don't use that would help drive down our costs.
So, Councilmember Vercher,
that's millions and millions of savings, Vice Mayor.
All right.
So if you could, Mayor, appoint a special committee for this, and we defer this legislation.
Thank you, Councilmember Vercher.
Point of order, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized for a point of order.
Yes, I believe that Councilmember Withers actually submitted a motion of deferral, and I seconded that.
So I'm looking at Councilmember Withers. We've been listening. Councilmember Withers, I'm going to come to you. We never heard a motion to defer. We heard discussions about a deferral motion, but we never heard a motion to defer. Councilmember Withers, just checking.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. That's accurate. You captured that accurately. What I stated during the discussion on Councilmember O'Connell's amendment was that I was supportive of the amendment, but that once the amendment is applied, I would sort of recommend a deferral of the whole bill as amended in order that we could perhaps take this back up during the next budget. That would give several months' time. We could run through boards and commissions as appropriate. I think a special committee is a fantastic idea. So I support that, and I raise that as a possibility or a suggestion during my discussion on the amendment. But if it pleases you, I could make that motion now.
Well, so Councilmember Withers, it doesn't matter whether you please me or not. We were just checking. So I really didn't call on you for a motion to defer. I was checking on Councilmember Hurt's point of order, so I'd have to come back to you, okay?
I thought we were on the discussion of the deferral.
No. So, Councilmember Vercher,
Can you clarify, Vice Mayor, what the motion is on the floor?
The motion is to pass BL 2020-387 as amended on second reading. There is no deferral motion. There is no deferral motion in front of us.
I seconded a deferral.
No, Councilmember Hurt, I understand the concern, but Councilmember Withers never moved for a deferral, and so there was no second. So there is no motion to defer before us at this moment. We are on the bill.
Can I make a motion to defer?
Oh, wait a minute. So people can't just start asking questions. It is simply a Bill 2020-387, as amended, is before us right now for approval on second reading. That's what we're voting on. There is no deferral motion before us at this time. Okay, so I need to go back to the queue. So Councilmember Young, you're next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I kind of almost feel like, I guess, respectfully, if I could have Attorney Cooper refresh my memory, there's been a lot of talk about the finances of this. However, and there's been talk about our debt and whatnot, but just how many dollars would passing this, how many dollars would that trim off of Nashville debt, Mr. Cooper?
I believe the current amount for former council members, I think, is currently about $480,000 is the cost to Metro. Annually.
Correct. That's the cost to Metro, but some people have mentioned Nashville debt. And so by passing this, how many dollars would that cut off of the debt that Nashville has?
It would not cut any money off debt since this is an operating cost.
Oh, no kidding. Huh. So, I'm going to vote in support of this bill. However, I've been extremely disappointed with a lot of the rhetoric that has surrounded it because it's been very disingenuous to the residents of our county, and I think that's been wildly shown to us in the emails and calls and television stories on a particular TV station with a purported journalist, though he named me but never reached out to me for comments. That particular commentator has really, along with everyone that's reached out to us, been talking a lot about a free lifetime benefit for our debt. When this does nothing about our debt, it's not a free lifetime benefit. However, I do think it is astounding to me that myself, for example, if I am elected to a second term and finish it, I would be eligible to be on Metro's insurance until I'm 65. Well, if I'm reelected, I will be 35 when I get off the council. Why should the taxpayers in Nashville subsidize my health insurance for 30 years after my service to this county? I think if we want to have integrity or a leg to stand on when we talk about the fiscal shape our county is, I think this is a way forward to do that. I guess I know there's a lot of emotion around this, and I don't quite understand it. And if someone's going to try to defer this, I'm really against that because everyone on this council right now knows how they're going to vote, and deferring it does not change any mind. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Council Member. Excuse me. So someone was out of order. So we have warned people about speaking out of turn and speaking inappropriately on the floor. So I would strongly recommend that people do not do that anymore. Okay, I know that we're in a major discussion, but appropriate conduct is required on the council floor. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for a deferral.
Oh, okay, so hold on. I'm trying to hear what you said. Did you move for deferral?
I did.
Okay. So,
sorry, could you not hear me? My apologies.
All right. So, Councilmember, hold on. Councilmember Stiles has moved for deferral, and I think I heard a second. So, Councilmember Stiles, I'm going to come back to you for an explanation of the deferral, and then we will have a discussion on the deferral. You need to tell me for how long. Councilmember Stiles?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. To Councilmember Withers' point, I think we need a significant amount of time to look at the benefits to understanding all of this. I think we've heard a lot of confusion tonight. We've heard multiple points about misinformation. We have people in support, people that are not in support, and I don't think any of us have all of the facts. we need time to understand every nook and cranny of this. And to Councilmember Withers' point, if we can do this, if we can defer this for several months until we can do this along with the budget, I think that is the wisest idea. So that is my suggestion, that we defer this. And so, time-wise, yeah, at least for me, can we take this deferral at least until March?
So Councilmember Stiles, I need a definite date for a deferral. So you want to move a motion for a deferral until March? Is that what you said?
Yes,
you just
sir.
have to say either the first or second meeting in March, if that's what you want.
I'll take the first, please.
The first meeting?
First meeting in March, ma'am.
Motion for a deferral to the first meeting in March.
Second.
And I hear a second. Okay. So the motion before you is a deferral motion until the first meeting in March. It was properly seconded. So I've got a number of people still in the queue, but you're now on a motion to defer. Okay? So if you've got your hand raised to talk about the bill as amended, we're now on a deferral motion until the first meeting in March. Discussion on the deferral motion. So I'm trying to pick up people who have not spoken yet. Councilmember Evans, on the motion to defer or on the bill?
I'd like to speak on the bill, please.
Okay. Councilmember Lee, on the bill or on the deferral motion?
On the deferral motion,
Okay, Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
I agree with the deferral motion. We have been getting lots of misinformation. I think we need some time to get the correct information out there so that constituents will know when they're writing the letters to us with all of the information incorrect, what is really going on. And so I just think that we, not only us, but for our constituents too, we kind of owe them the right information out there, give them some time to get all of that together before we rush into something that people are giving information that is not correct. So I agree with the deferral.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Lee. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
All right, so Councilmember Swope has called the previous question on the deferral motion. All right, all those in favor of the previous question, we're not voting on the deferral motion, just the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Opposed, no?
No. No.
All right, so I can't tell. So I believe we're going to have a roll call. So Sean, I think you're going to handle the roll call for the clerk. Okay. So this is just on the previous question. All right. Correct? Correct. So we're not voting on an amendment. We're not voting on a deferral motion. We're voting on whether you're ready to vote on the deferral motion. All right. So Sean, if you don't mind, if you would call the roll. Again, remember, this is just on the previous question, just whether you want to vote on the deferral motion. Yes means you do, no means you don't.
Councilmember Mendez? Yes. Yes. Councilmember Hurt?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Glover?
Yes.
Councilmember Suara?
Yes.
Councilmember Toombs? Yes. Councilmember Gamble?
Yes.
Councilmember Swope?
Yes.
Councilmember Parker?
Yes.
Councilmember Withers?
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict?
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees?
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock?
No.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Councilmember Hager?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
No.
Councilmember Bradford? No. Councilmember Roten?
Not here.
Is not here. Councilmember Syracuse? Yes. Councilmember Welsh?
No.
Councilmember Sledge?
Yes.
Councilmember Cash?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Pulley?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher?
Councilmember Vercher?
We can come back. Councilmember Porterfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford?
No.
Councilmember Stiles?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Councilmember Henderson?
No.
Councilmember Rosenberg?
No.
Councilmember Vercher?
Yes.
Thank you.
So council members, I'm going to get my ears checked because the vote was 31-7 for the previous question. Seems like it was a lot closer when I heard it the first time. All right, so the previous question prevails. We are on the motion to defer until the first meeting in March. We're voting on that. We'll try by voice vote, and then we'll see. All those in favor of the motion for a deferral until the first meeting in March, say aye. Opposed, no?
No.
No.
All right, so we're on the board, or by voice vote? Need to quit saying that. All right, so if you're for the deferral motion, obviously you'd vote yes. If you're against the deferral motion, you'll vote no. All right, Madam Clerk, call the vote.
Sorry, Councilmember Mendez? No. Councilmember Hurt?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen? No. Councilmember Glover?
No.
Councilmember Suara?
Yes.
Councilmember Toombs? Yes. Councilmember Gamble?
Yes.
Councilmember Swope?
No.
Councilmember Parker?
Yes.
Councilmember Withers?
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict?
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees?
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock?
No.
Councilmember Young?
No.
Councilmember Hager?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
No.
Councilmember Bradford? No. Councilmember Syracuse? No. Councilmember Welsh?
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge?
Yes.
Councilmember Cash?
No.
Councilmember O'Connell?
No.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
No.
I'm sorry, was that a no?
Correct, it was a no.
Thank you. Councilmember Pulley?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
No.
Councilmember Nash?
No.
Councilmember Vercher?
Yes.
Councilmember Porterfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford?
No.
Councilmember Stiles?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
No.
Councilmember Rosenberg?
No.
Thank you.
Yep. 2018, so it's deferred.
So members of the council, the vote was 20 yes, 18 no. Means the motion to defer to the first meeting in March passes. So we're on to the next bill. We're on BL 2020-424 by Councilmember Murphy and Sledge. Ordinance amending Chapter 15.64 of the Metropolitan Code to require additional public notice regarding applications for Stormwater Management Committee variances. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like committee reports, please.
Public Works, Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Public Works voted to approve, to defer rather, 10 for deferral, 0 against.
Okay, Councilmember Murphy, you're back on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to defer with just a quick explanation.
Okay, so it's a motion to defer, is it one meeting?
Yes, one meeting. I'm
One
sorry.
meeting, okay, it's properly seconded. Back to you for discussion on the deferral motion.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the Stormwater team for working with me on this. This is something that is going to bring hopefully more, not just we will be publicly noticing, but the effort and intention here is to get more public involvement in the stormwater process. And so I'm deferring this because Stormwater is working on some internal situations, so they will be able to accommodate this. And I'm really excited to be working with them and to be moving this forward. So please read your explanation of it in the analysis because we'll be voting on it in October. And with that, I renew my motion to defer one meeting.
All right, so Councilor Murphy has moved to defer one meeting. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? So I've still got hands up, I believe, from the last time. There's a lot of hands up. Anybody want to talk about the deferral for one meeting on this one? I got a Rosenberg, Rutherford, Allen, Henderson, Stiles. Anybody want to speak on the motion to defer? Councilman Rosenberg, you're recognized. Councilman Rosenberg? Councilmember Rosenberg.
He's not even.
All right, so we're on the motion to defer one meeting. Seeing nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of the motion to defer one meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The bill is deferred one meeting. I think it's now 38-0 to, well, Councilmember Rosenberg wasn't on there, so it's 37-0. Any corrections on that? Bill is deferred one meeting. I believe that takes us through every bill on second reading. Okay, so we're now on bills on third reading. I'm going to go through the consent calendar. There's a lot of bills on consent, so just give me a second. So here are the bills on third reading on consent. 2020-371, 372, 375, 384, 386, 388, 390, 395, 397, 398, 399, 400, 401, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 415, 416, 421, and 422. Anything needs to be bumped off of that? All right, seeing none, here we go on bills on third reading on the consent calendar. Okay. 2020-371, this is by Councilmember Stiles, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at Mount View Road, unnumbered, and Crossings Boulevard, unnumbered. Portion of the property located at Crossings Boulevard, unnumbered, approximately 200 feet east of Hickory Hollow Parkway. Substitute Bill 2020-372 by Councilmember Stiles, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a commercial plan unit development overlay district, property located at Mount View Road, unnumbered, Crossing Boulevard, unnumbered, and a portion of property located at Crossings Boulevard, unnumbered. BL 2020-375 by Councilmember Toombs, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RM20 ANS to SP zoning for properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane, unnumbered, southern terminus of Roy Street, 1.64 acres. BL 2020-384 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 710 Oneida Avenue, approximately 200 feet east of Jones Avenue, 0.29 acres. BL 2020-386 as amended by Councilmember Allen, Hancock, and Bradford, an ordinance amending sections 2.24225 and 2.24230 of the Metropolitan Code regarding the selection of appraisers for the sale, purchase, lease, sublease, or other disposition of real property owned by the Metropolitan Government. BL 2020-388 as amended. This is by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance amending section 16.24.330 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding parking on private property. BL 2020-390 by Councilmembers Mendez, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance granting a franchise to Google Fiber Tennessee LLC to construct, operate, and maintain a fiber optic communication system within the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County. BL 2020-395 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a historic landmark overlay district on property located at 202 6th Avenue North and on property located at 530 Church Street at the northeast corner of 6th Avenue North and Church Street. BL 2020-397 by Councilmember Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to RM15 zoning for properties located at 5215 Blue Hole Road and Blue Hole Road unnumbered. BL 2020-398 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MULA-NS zoning for properties located at 1300 and 1304 Jefferson Street at the northwest corner of 14th Avenue North and Jefferson Street. Bill 2020-399 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 611 and 609 Wedgwood Avenue, approximately 260 feet west of Branford Avenue, 0.48 acres. BL 2020-400 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to RM15ANS zoning for property located at 1527 Baptist Rural Center Drive, approximately 260 feet southeast of Seminary Street. BL 2020-401 by Councilmembers Mendez, Toombs, Porterfield, and others. Ordinance authorizing the approval of subpoenas issued on behalf of the Metropolitan Community Oversight Board pursuant to TCA Section 38-8352 by resolution of the Metropolitan Council. BL 2020-406 by Councilmembers Mendez, an ordinance approving Amendment 2 to the contract for staff augmentation services between CBRE Heary, Inc. and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, which extends the contract term for 12 months and makes certain changes to the scope of services. Bill 2020-407 by Councilmember Mendez. Ordinance amending Section 4.48.080 of the Metropolitan Code to address procedures for the procurement of real estate brokerage services, 2024-08, by Syracuse, Hager, and others. Ordinance accepting a Greenway conservation easement on property located at 2841 Lebanon Pike. BL 2024-09, Young, Hager, and others. Ordinance accepting a Greenway conservation easement on certain property located at 0 North Graycroft Avenue. BL 2024-10 by Van Rees, Mendes, and Murphy. Ordinance declaring surplus and authorizing the conveyance of a parcel of real property located at 0 West Due West Avenue. BL 2024-11 by Hancock, Mendes, and Murphy. Ordinance authorizing the Director of Public Property or his designee to transfer to Roger F. Williams, Joseph Donaldson, Scott Anderson, and Earl Lee Williams via the attached quitclaim deed any remaining interest in the Metropolitan government may have in a certain parcel of property located at 310 Myatt Drive. BL 2024-12 by Sledge, Mendes, and others. An ordinance authorizing the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, construction easements, and property rights by negotiation and condemnation for use in public projects of the Metropolitan government, initially for purposes of Public Works Department project number 2018-R-011 on Voss Lane sidewalk improvements. BL 2024-13 by Nash, Mendes, and others. Ordinance authorizing the acquisition of certain right-of-way easements, drainage easements, temporary construction easements, property rights by negotiation or condemnation for use in public projects, initially for purposes of Public Works Department project number 2018-R-013, Brewer Drive sidewalk improvements. BL 2024-14. 14, Larry Hager, Councilmember Murphy, and others. An ordinance to amend the GIS system street and alley line center layer for the Metropolitan government by abandoning a portion of an unnumbered alley right-of-way and easement from center northeastward. BL 2024-15 by O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance to amend the GIS system and alley center line layer for the Metropolitan government by abandoning a portion at the southeast corner of Union Street and Roselle Parks Avenue right-of-way and easements. BL 2024-16 by Van Rees, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manhole and easements, and to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes and easements, property located at 514 Madison Station Boulevard. BL 2024-21 by Mendes, Pulley, and others. Ordinance amending titles 10, 13, 15, and 16 to permit the Nashville Fire Department. Okay. To permit the Nashville Fire Department, Fire Marshal's Office, Metro Public Works, Metro Water Services, and Metro Codes to enforce emergency health orders. And 422?
It's not on consent.
422 is not on consent. Okay, I'm sorry. It was listed on my original calendar. So I believe that takes care of it. So anything that needs to be bumped off the third reading consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, I've got to go to Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized for bills on third reading on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning, Zoning, and Historical voted on 2023-71, 15 in favor, 0 against. 372, 375, 385, 16 in favor, 0 against.
384.
390, 395, 397, 399, and 400, 16 in favor, 0 against. 401, 406. Oh, wait, no, give me reports on things we didn't report on.
All right, so let me go back and check.
That's it.
BL 2023-84, what was the vote on that bill?
384. Oh, 16 in favor, 0 against.
And 2023-98?
16 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilman Murphy, would you move the items on the consent agenda, please?
I would love to move the consent agenda.
I'm sure you would. So Councilman Murphy moves passage of the bills on third reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Was that a no, or I didn't think so? Any opposed? Say no. Anybody need to abstain? Bill passes 37 to 0 to 0. Okay. So bills on third reading pass the consent calendar 37 to 0 to 0. All right. So we're back on bills on third reading that were not on the consent calendar. We are on substitute bill BL 2019-11. It's the first bill on the calendar. As amended, council members Allen, Sledge, Swara, and others. Ordinance approving Amendment 3 to the ground lease for Rose Park between the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Department of Parks and Recreation and Belmont University, and approving a new ground lease between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Public Education and Belmont University for the construction operation of an indoor batting and locker training facility. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized. There you are.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to get committee reports, please.
All right. So it was re-referred back to planning. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. We voted in favor, 10 in favor, 6 against.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a late filed amendment that I would like to move. I believe I will have to suspend the rules to do that.
All right. Did it go to the Rules Committee?
Yes, we did go to the Rules Committee.
All right. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
No one objected.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Back to you, Councilmember Murphy. Could you give us a brief explanation, and I'll see if anybody has any objections.
Councilmember Allen.
I think you mean
Getting,
Council Lady Allen.
getting late.
Go for it, Councilmember Murphy.
Councilmember Allen,
Thank
you're
you.
recognized.
Happy to do that. So this amendment is a response to some suggestions that I got from the neighbors over the weekend, and was just working very diligently to try to be as responsive to their desires as possible. As you know, what this bill in general does is approves leases dealing with a batting facility on Metro Parks, on Metro Schools property, and a baseball complex on Metro Parks property. And as part of that, we will be creating an oversight committee. And what this amendment would do would be 3 things. First, it adds some recitals to acknowledge just the history of the park, which is an important part of the discussion that we've had, simply with regard to how it has served the community, and the ongoing discussions that we've had about making sure that these arrangements are beneficial to the community, and that they have input into those. Secondly, it adds details about the advisory committee, specifically that they would be 3-year terms for the neighbors, that they could serve for 2 terms, and that the meetings would be open and publicized meetings, and that they could, members would need to file disclosure statements to determine that there's no conflict of interest on people that are serving. And thirdly, this would add further clarifications about the parks lease, specifically that scheduling gives priority to community groups, because this is an issue that has been very important in discussions that we've had. That is already in the existing parks agreement, and just wanted further clarification to ensure that it's very clear, so that there are no questions about that. So that is what this amendment does, and I would ask for approval of the amendment.
All right, so we got to get a motion to suspend the rules to get it before us.
I would like to make a motion
All
to
right,
suspend the rules.
so is there any objection to suspension of the rules to consider this amendment, which was late filed? I'm looking at the board. Is there any objection? No objection. Councilmember Allen,
Thank you.
on your late filed amendment.
I'd like to move the amendment, please.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved the amendment on substitute bill BL 2019-11. Properly seconded. Discussion on the amendment. I've got Councilmember Glover in the queue. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I assume I know the answer, but I want to confirm it. And so the neighbors are good with this. Belmont's good with this. Everybody is comfortable with this new late filed amendment.
Councilmember Allen?
I will be perfectly honest. The neighbors continue to have concerns. I am addressing everyone that I believe that I can with this legislation, and I believe that the creation of this advisory committee will create the mechanism to deal with the further concerns that they have. So to say that the neighbors are perfectly good is not entirely true, but I have accommodated as much as I can. But thank you for that question.
Yeah, forgive me for using the word perfect in it, but it's been being a long time, and so it's gotten to a point where people are more comfortable, perhaps. All right, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Glover. So we're on the amendment on the bill. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain on this? The amendment is approved 37 to 0 to 0. Councilmember Allen, you're on your substitute bill, BL 2019-11, as amended,
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would like to move the bill as amended with an explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Allen has moved substitute bill BL 2019-11 as amended on third reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to give some background to explain why I support this bill at this current point. Rose Park was originally created in the 1960s as a neighborhood park. It had open space, tennis courts, picnic shelters, a community center, playground, baseball field, softball field, basketball courts, and a swimming pool. In 2007, Belmont University approached Metro Parks about a partnership at Rose Park to build a baseball, softball, and soccer complex at no expense to Metro that could be used by Belmont for its athletic program and shared with school ball teams, community groups, and neighbors. While this solved a problem of limited Metro resources to enhance athletic programming at Metro Parks, there was no community engagement on the front end, and the adjacent neighbors expressed opposition to the loss of open green space. In response, council members at that time worked to find ways to make the project a benefit to the neighborhood, and changes were made to the original lease agreement. The final agreement improved that Metro Parks would schedule the facility, ensuring that Metro schools and other community groups had priority. Annual payments of $50,000 would be made to the Park Community Center and the two adjacent schools, and that would be escalated. There would be 2 full-year scholarships to Belmont University awarded annually to high school graduates from the Edge Hill area. Concession areas would be shared, parking would be shared, an annual monitoring contract report would be prepared by Metro Parks, and there would be neighborhood representation on the Belmont Neighborhood Advisory Group. In 2017, Belmont came back to Metro Parks asking to construct an indoor batting and training facility adjacent to the existing ball field. Once again, this was introduced without community engagement on the front end, and neighbors again raised concerns about being left out of the process and further loss of green space in the park. It was later suggested that the batting facility be relocated to a little-used section of adjacent Rose Park Middle School. This was approved by the NMPS board in November of 2018. After construction began at that site, questions were raised by the neighbors, and those brought to light the fact that the contract had been incorrectly executed and that this would again require council approval at the new location. That approval was filed in October of 2019 and indefinitely deferred several meetings after that to allow further time for the needed community engagement. At a community meeting in December of 2019, concerns about the original park lease agreement and the new lease agreement with MNPS were identified. Belmont proposed changes to the lease agreement and presented those to the neighbors in March and in May of 2020. The changes that were incorporated into the lease, which then went to MNPS, included a number of things: shortening the lease duration from 50 years to 30 years, a 3% escalator on the annual payments, removal of a reference to any specific groups receiving any portion of the annual payment, a statement that the annual payment had to benefit the Edge Hill community and not just MNPS general budget, a statement that the MNPS activities be given priority in scheduling the batting facility, and that community activities would be given scheduling priority at Rose Park Fields. Removal of the contingency of the annual payments on the park's opening other community centers. May I continue?
Once you finish it up. I'll
Okay.
let you finish it up.
Specific data requirements for the annual report and for the formation of the Rose Park Committee oversight, which we've spoken about. I know you've heard from neighbors with concerns. I know this is not perfect yet, but I believe that we can get there with this committee. If this ordinance is not passed, the old lease agreement that allows the construction of a batting facility on park land is still in place. None of the items that I've listed will be incorporated, and the new oversight group will not be formed. This bill lays the foundation for a more equitable process going forward. It creates an ongoing mechanism for ensuring that reports and requirements don't fall through the cracks, and it sets a precedent for requiring a neighborhood role on the front end for long-term lease agreements on public land. I hope you'll support this ordinance and work with me on additional bills to ensure that public-private partnerships put the public good as a top priority. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Allen. So Councilmember Allen has moved for passage of substitute bill BL 2019-11 as amended. It was properly seconded. We got people in the queue. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to stand and, sit, I guess, in agreement with Councilmember Allen, and I want to give a little more context to the very thorough pass that she gave to this. Some of the items that Councilmember Allen mentioned in the regarding negotiations throughout the community, including opening the community centers on Saturday, the neighborhood community centers, getting a payment, an annual payment, in addition to what's paid on the park lease. A lot of these items we had started negotiating, quite frankly, when I was the lead sponsor on some of these issues. Thankfully, in our budget, we opened, or we provided the funding to open those community centers. So I'm very glad that there's now language that's updated to say the payment happens anyway, regardless of whether, regardless of what actions we have taken. I want to tell you, Councilmember Allen has done, I think, probably some of the hardest work that I've seen in my time as a council member. This has not been an easy issue to work through. And quite frankly, it has been one that has been one of great division. And unfortunately, that is the reality in this community. And anyone that says to the contrary doesn't have their eyes open when it comes to this community. There is a lot of hurt, there's a lot of pain, and it stretches well beyond and well deeper than the confines of Rose Park. A couple of technical issues that I want to make sure members know about, since this has changed so much over the last few years, as Councilmember Allen mentioned. This is on the property of Rose Park Middle, not on the property of ES Rose Park. The two are adjacent. There has been some questions about how park property and events and operations will be impacted by this. The answer is it won't, because this facility is separate from the park. And what excites me about this agreement is that it provides the ability to test some things that could be used park system-wide when it comes to how we're more transparent about reservations of parks property. This is something that comes up. This happens at parks properties, as members know, across the county. You are able to reserve park facilities. There are reservation processes. They work, but they could be better when it comes to the average citizen knowing how to do it and when they can do it. So, Councilmember Allen, I can't thank you enough for all the work you've done. Councilmember Allen, I do want to stress to new members, came to me and asked me if she might be able to work on this. She didn't have to do that, but she did out of deference to the district council member, and I am greatly appreciative. Colleagues, I cannot ask you enough to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Toombs, you had your hand up? Okay. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate my colleagues speaking to the past, and I think there is a largely accurate accounting there. I think for me personally, representing a constituency that comes right up to the edge, right, and this is tough because it is an asset that is not located in District 19, but is almost literally a stone's throw, certainly a baseball throw from District 19. And I continue to listen to the effects of the scars. And if our living civil rights legends, people like King Hollins, neighborhood elders like Ronnie Miller, were coming to me and saying, yes, we support this. We think the public benefit here is effective redress for those old wounds. I would support this because I appreciate how much work both Councilmember Sledge and Allen in particular have put into this, but they're not. And I think part of it is the overall frame, because the reason this was a wound in the first place was not Metro saying, with the community, boy, how can we improve this space? The original frame was Belmont coming to seek options of cheaper facilities on public land. And I don't think that's an appropriate frame for how we do our best public investment. And in that regard, I am still a no on this, and I encourage colleagues to honor the elders of the Edge Hill community and join me in opposing this.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I am speaking in favor. I, too, give the highest accolades to Councilmember Allen I offered to assist her in this project, and she did a heroic job in doing so. And I just want to say that I am a member of a sorority that has worked in that community and gotten national and regional awards for the volunteerism that has been done with Salama Ministries and Dewana Wade. I've worked and volunteered with Edge Hill and worked with Brenda Morrow for the past 25 years. And I've worked with Helen Moore, and I understand there are some individuals in District 19 who may have some problems with this, but I have been working and volunteering with people in that community for decades who are for this project. It is going to definitely improve the quality of life for those kids. It gives them things to do in after-school programs as well as during the summer. The MNPS has priority over the usage of the facilities, and it's open to the community. What Belmont has done, and I understand actually gentrification, being that I've worked on Jefferson Street for 30 years, and people coming in that community and getting properties at a very low amount and building great mansions all over. So I do understand the comments that Councilman O'Connell made, but this project is absolutely wonderful for that community, and those individuals, homeowner association and churches all around agree, and I stand or sit asking colleagues to vote in favor. It's a 2-year project. This has been going on for 2 years, and everything has improved with all of the development that Belmont has done in their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. Councilmember Suara.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to also speak in support of the bill. I commend Councilmember Allen on all the work that he's gone through it, and also the community members on both sides. I think that the opposition is what led to all of the amendments that I think resulted in a better bill and a better product for the community. The area that I wanted to stress, or one of the reasons why I got on board at some point, is that some of the opposition that I heard earlier on was on how financially this is a bad deal for Metro, and Belmont is making a lot of money out of this. In looking at the data, in looking at the fact that, yes, a lot of people are looking at the monthly lease payment and annual lease payment and how small it is. I want to go on record to continue to say that what Metro is getting is far more than that. There is going to be a $6.5 million property that Belmont will continue to pay the principal and interest on that note. And at the end of the day, Metro will end up owning that facility. And so we will be getting a property out of this that will be an asset on our books that is paid for by Belmont. Another thing that I think was also a concern was the access. So I'm so glad that we now have an advisory committee. I think Belmont needs to continue to listen as to how they can do better on being inclusive. But I do believe having that advisory committee leads way to be able to do that, and as a way for the community to continue to engage and make this to a better process going forward. But as it is now, based on all the work that is done, based on the financial aspect of it as well as the amendments, I'm asking that my colleagues please support this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Suara. I've got Councilmember Cash.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to add that we are sorely lacking in sports facilities for our kids to play and practice in, especially in our urban schools. And I just kind of want to comment on, while I agree that this was something Belmont proposed, they initially proposed this batting facility to go in Rose Park, and there were issues with that. And Metro Schools went to Belmont and said, hey, why don't you consider us and building it on our property? Let's work out a deal. And I believe that Metro Schools should have a right to enter these kinds of agreements and these kind of partnerships and improve their campus, improve their property and their facilities when they can. Obviously, there should be a public process since it's public land. That has absolutely taken place. And while, like Council Lady Suarez said, while it's unfortunate that not everybody's perfectly happy, the neighbors that were involved in this on both sides of the issue should be proud that they made a better deal out of this. But I do believe that this is good for Metro Schools, this is good for Belmont, and we've got a good advisory committee to work out problems as they come up. And so I also encourage folks to support this.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. Sounds like somebody's mic is open.
We also have rotation there.
All right. If everybody could mute their mics. All right. Thank you. So we are ready to vote on Substitute Bill BL 2019-11 as amended.
Mr. President, can I request that? I had constituents request a roll call vote, so can I go ahead and request that, please?
You can request a roll call vote. I think I need 3 hands in favor of that. Can I get 3 hands? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So roll call vote, Madam Clerk. So we are voting on Substitute Bill BL 2019-11 as amended.
Are you ready?
Hold on just a second. Make sure I've got it. Okay, so if you're for the bill, obviously you would vote yes. If you're against the bill, on passage on third reading, you vote no. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Mendez? Yes. Councilmember Hurt?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Glover?
Yes.
Councilmember Suara?
Yes.
Councilmember Toombs? Yes. Councilmember Gamble?
Yes.
Councilmember Swope?
Yes.
Councilmember Parker?
Yes.
Councilmember Withers?
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict?
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees?
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock?
Yes.
Councilmember Young?
Yes.
Councilmember Hager?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
No.
Councilmember Bradford? No. Councilmember Syracuse? Yes. Councilmember Welsh?
No.
Councilmember Sledge?
Yes.
Councilmember Cash?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
No.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Councilmember Druffel?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
No.
Councilmember Pulley?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Porterfield.
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda.
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford.
Yes.
Councilmember Stiles. Councilmember Stiles.
Councilmember Stiles, you're muted. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson.
Yes.
And Councilmember Rosenberg.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Vercher.
Six.
31 to 36? I mean, 31 to 6.
Right. All right. So the vote is 31 in favor, 6 against. Bill passes on third reading. Okay. We're now on BL 2020-364 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by change from IR to OG zoning for properties located at 309, 401, and 407 Driftwood Street, west of the terminus of Nestor Street. It's 9.39 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee reports, please.
This was referred to Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We voted to defer one meeting, 16 in favor, 0 against.
Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer one meeting with a brief explanation.
All right. Motion to defer one meeting properly seconded. Back to you for a brief explanation.
Thank you. Colleagues will note that this is a bill disapproved by the Planning Commission, which is something I only rarely do. In this case, I'm glad to have been working with planning on a meeting in the interim, which I'm hoping will adjust policy in the area, because this one is for a non-residential area where I think the policy could and probably should evolve. And I will look forward to updating colleagues with that after I meet with planning. So with that, I'll remove my motion. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is to defer one meeting. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain? 37 to 0, that's the vote. Defer one meeting. BL 2020-368 by Councilmember Rutherford. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to MULA zoning for property located at 6228 Nolensville Pike, approximately 580 feet southeast of Bienville Drive, located within a corridor design overlay district, 6.55 acres. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee report.
Committee reports, Planning and Zoning. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 16 in favor, 0 against on the substitute, and the bill is substituted.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Rutherford.
Yes, I move approval for the purpose of moving the substitute.
All right, so let's get the substitute in front of us. Councilmember Rutherford moves the substitute, properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute. Councilmember Rutherford.
Yeah, this basically just changes it from MULA to SP, and that's the purpose of the substitute. So I move approval.
Okay, Councilmember Rutherford has moved approval of the substitute. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill passes 37 to 0. Any abstentions? Anybody need to abstain? All right, 37 to 0. Councilmember Rutherford, you're on the bill. You're on your substitute bill. Your bill is substituted 2020-368. Back to you.
I move approval of the substituted bill.
All right, so Councilmember Rutherford has moved passage of substitute bill 2020-368, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill as substituted? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes. Substitute Bill 2020-368 passes 37-0 on third reading. All right, we're now ready for Bill 2020-369 by Councilmember Sledge, ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from IR, OR 20, and IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 622, 624, 626, 632, and 634 Moore Avenue unnumbered, and 625 Hamilton Avenue at the southeast corner of Hagan Street and Hamilton Avenue. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 16 in favor, 0 against on the amendment and the bill as amended.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move the amendment with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved the amendment on 2020-369, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Sure. This amendment includes an updated sketch of this property, which is kind of an exciting thing. This property includes a dead end as part of its border. So instead of leaving it as a dead end of asphalt, we're going to be taking half of the right-of-way, converting that dead end into an alley, and the rest of that right-of-way will become a park. And in fact, it'll be managed by the development, but it will be publicly accessible. So that's what the sketch does. It updates the sketch. We'll probably have a mandatory referral coming through this body at some point in the next couple of months, but taking up asphalt and putting in green space. So with that, I would renew my motion on the amendment.
All right, so the motion is on the amendment, again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain on this one? 37-0, amendment passes. Councilmember Sledge, you're on your bill as amended.
I'll move as amended.
Okay, Councilmember Sledge has moved Bill 2020-369 as amended on third reading, properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. I heard no abstentions. 37-0. Bill passes on third reading. Any corrections to that? 2020-369 passes as amended, passes on third reading. We're now on BL 2020-385, which is by Councilmember Roten, who is not here. And I think that's, so it'll need to be deferred one meeting. Okay. All right, we're now on BL 2020-396 by Councilmember Mary Carolyn Roberts. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R10 to RS10 zoning for various properties located along Cabot Drive, Beacon Lane, Upton Lane, South Upton Court, and North Upton Court, 49.24 acres. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like committee reports, please.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 16 in favor on the substitute, and the bill is substituted.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Roberts, you're recognized.
Thank you. After a whole lot of work, I'd like to move for approval.
Well, you need the substitute first, correct?
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yes, it's late.
Okay.
I'd like to move the substitute, please.
Councilmember Roberts has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Do you want to explain the substitute?
Well, yes, I'd like to explain. What we had to do was carve out a few properties that were in kind of a area that was more apartments, and it just made sense to carve out a few. So that's all this is really doing.
Okay. So Councilmember Roberts has moved the substitute. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions on this one? Hearing none, substitute passes 37-0. Councilmember Roberts, I'm back on your bill, your substitute bill 2020-396.
I would like to move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Roberts has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? We're voting on this on third reading. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. And I didn't hear any abstentions. 37 to 0. Substitute Bill 2020-396 passes on third reading. We're on BL 2020-402 by Council Members Murphy, Gamble, Syracuse, and others. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2.196 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding lobbyist registration. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized. This is 2020-402.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With all committee reports in, I'd like to move for approval.
All right, so I believe we have an amendment sitting out here on this one. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I guess I'd ask for a suspension of the rules to consider this amendment since this is third reading, please.
Okay, so it's my understanding this did not have to go to the Rules Committee because it's a properly filed amendment on this bill, but it's on third reading. So can you give a brief explanation of what the amendment is for?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Councilmember Murphy, about a month ago, I think, passed the lobbyist overhaul, and that included creating a 12-month cooling off period so that after a council member leaves the council, he or she needs to wait 12 months before they can lobby. The legislation tonight changes that cooling off period from 12 to 6 months. This amendment simply removes that part and leaves the bill that was already passed with a 12-month waiting period.
Okay, so you've heard the explanation of Councilmember Young. He has moved to suspend the rules to get this before the body. Is there objection to the suspension of the rules? So I see one hand, I see two hands. So the rules are not suspended, so you can't consider the amendment. Okay. So I'm back, Councilmember Murphy, to your bill, BL 2020-402.
Already my motion.
Okay, so BL 2020-402, she renews her motion, was properly seconded. This is for passage on third reading. Any other discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2020-402 on third reading say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
All right.
No.
All right.
No.
So, all right. So pursuant to the rule, we have to go on the. We have to take a voice vote, a roll call vote. Sorry. So, Madam Clerk.
Ready?
All right, so we are on BL 2020-402. If you, this is on third reading. The motion is to approve. If you're for the bill, you'd vote yes. If you're against the bill, you vote no. Madam Clerk, proceed. Take the vote.
Councilmember Mendez? Yes. Councilmember Hurt?
Yes.
Councilmember Allen? Yes. Councilmember Glover?
No.
Councilmember Suara?
Yes.
Councilmember Toombs? Yes. Councilmember Gamble?
Yes.
Councilmember Swope?
No.
Councilmember Parker?
Yes.
Councilmember Withers?
Yes.
Councilmember Benedict?
Yes.
Councilmember Van Rees?
Yes.
Councilmember Hancock?
Yes.
Councilmember Young?
No.
Councilmember Hager?
Yes.
Councilmember Evans?
No.
Councilmember Bradford? No. Councilmember Syracuse? Yes. Councilmember Welsh?
Yes.
Councilmember Sledge?
Yes.
Councilmember Cash?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Hauser?
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Druffel?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Pulley?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnston?
Yes.
Councilmember Nash?
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher? Councilmember Porterfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Sepulveda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilmember Stiles?
Yes.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Vercher?
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
C.
All right, the vote is 33 yes, 5 no. The bill passes. BL 2020-402 passes on third reading. We're now on substitute bill BL 2020-403. Ordinance, this is by Councilmembers Parker, Henderson, and others. Ordinance amending Chapter 13.32, the Metropolitan Code relative to sidewalk cafes, and Chapter 7.08 of the Metropolitan Code relative to retail sales and storage of beer, and providing that businesses may utilize parking areas for additional customer seating under certain conditions. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this is the outdoor dining bill. This, I think, presents us with an opportunity to provide a small but possibly very significant amount of relief to some of our small businesses, hospitality workers, and restaurant owners. If you'll recall, on second reading, we advanced this, and I made it clear that there was likely to be a second substitute. We re-referred this bill to both Public Works and Public Safety committees so that there would be an opportunity for anyone who wanted to have questions about that proposed second substitute have an opportunity to ask those questions. That second substitute is the last item in your amendments and substitutes packet. It was timely filed. But in order for us to amend, or in order for us to substitute this bill again, we will require a suspension of the rules. So if I may move to suspend the rules in order to apply the second substitute.
All right, so we'll deal with the amendment first. It's timely filed, so it didn't have to go to the Rules Committee. It's just because it's on third reading that you need to suspend the rules. So Councilmember Parker has moved to suspend the rules to get the second substitute in front of us tonight. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing nobody, the rules are suspended. Councilmember Parker, you're on your second substitute. Oh, Councilmember Allen? Okay. All right. Councilmember Parker, you're on your second substitute.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I really want to thank my co-sponsors as well as council staff for their work on this. And also the administration has done a ton of work behind the scenes, which is really what led to this second substitute being introduced. coordinating with the relevant departments, Public Works, Codes, Metro Legal, Beer Board, Planning. There was a lot of work to be done to make sure that this was something that could be effectively administered. And I'm really appreciative of everyone who contributed to that. If I might ask someone from the administration, if we have Mike Jameson or any of the departmental representatives, Vice Mayor, if it would be appropriate to have them explain the changes in the second substitute.
So I'll tell you what, we need to get committee reports. So before I go to Mr. Jameson, if I can get committee reports first. I've got Public Safety, Councilmember Gamble.
Yes, Public Safety voted for approval for the substitute and the bill, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Public Works Committee, Councilmember Nash.
Approved as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Jameson is here. So Mr. Jameson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and special thanks to Councilman Parker. He was well on his way to proceeding with this legislation on his own, and the Planning Department had initiated very similar efforts at the request of some restaurateurs and bar owners, and he was gracious enough to pull over to the side of the road and let the Planning Department catch up. The bill is essentially in 2 sections. The first section addresses essentially public rights of way, and this just expands the current program allowing sidewalk cafes on those public properties. It simply extends the date by about 2 weeks to February 15th. The second section that would allow beer sales and alcohol sales in the right of way, there was some state law we had to address that appears to explicitly prohibit that. And we've done so in the final section that pertains to private properties. This would apply to restaurants and bars and allowing their use of all outdoor areas they own, including parking lots, through a permit application, and would allow for a 150-day duration. It does also make clear that in any use restricting overlay, SPs, PUDs, for example, that this temporary use permit would be allowed. We're very grateful to Councilman Parker. This was, at his request, originally unanimously approved at Public Works and then unanimously approved at Public Safety. The second substitute was re-referred to both committees and unanimously approved again by both. And so we're certain that Councilman Parker will request your approval, and we would echo that. Thank you again.
So thank you, Mr. Jameson. Back to you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With that, I would move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of the second substitute, properly seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I'm so appreciative that Councilmember Parker has done this and has worked with the administration and planning to come up with something that everybody is supportive of. And I think I've signed on to it 3 different times as he's worked his way through the substitute. So just want to find out what the procedure is. If there are people who have been co-sponsors along the way who may not have gotten in to say that they wanted to continue to be a sponsor, I would just, number one, make sure that I still am on there, because I think I am. And if any of the other people who signed on want to do that, if there's a mechanism to get their name on there. We just say "and others," so I don't know who those other co-sponsors are.
So Councilmember Allen, you're not listed on this, so you may want to come up and sign the bill wherever
I'm
it is.
going to come sign it right now. And so just point that out to other would-be co-sponsors.
Or you can send an email if you'd rather.
Okay.
We'll make sure you get on.
I'll do it right there.
Okay. All right. Let's see who else is in the queue. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to add my thanks to Council Lady Allen, to Councilman Parker, and commend him. We started having some conversations several months ago with Nashville Civic Design Center, Councilman O'Connell and I, and seeing what other cities were doing in this space. And I'm always wishing that Nashville can be a bit more nimble with how we utilize our streets and our parking space. Staff did introduce that there was a little more complexity than maybe we would have initially thought, and so, but Councilman Parker stuck with it, and I appreciate his tenacity, and as well, Madam Clerk, acknowledged and understood what the second substitute was, but I believe I, like Council Lady Allen, though I've been with this from the get-go, am not on this second substitute, so I would also please like to be signed on to it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a question I should have asked in committee, so I apologize. It hadn't really occurred to me. In this substitute, I know the bill in the original substitute, it addresses accessibility and making sure that any accessible parking spots cannot be utilized for this. In this substitute, or maybe it's already implied somewhere, do we make sure that the sidewalks are not impeded on too much, that we're making sure that anyone with accessibility concerns is able to not only get by, but also able to partake in this outdoor seating if they would like? That's a question for whoever wants to answer it. Thank you.
You want it, Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, yes, Councilman. So for the sidewalk cafe permit, which will now be expanded countywide, you must leave at least 4 feet of clearance for pedestrian access. So that remains in the code and would be applicable to all of these as well.
Councilmember Young?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Perfect answer. I appreciate that clarification.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Mayor. Similar to Councilmembers Allen and Henderson, I was an original co-sponsor, would appreciate the clerk, and I'll send an email to follow up, but please add me to this version of it. And actually, this discussion we had in committee today was really timely. I'm working with some District 6 business owners, particularly those who are have sidewalk frontage in front of them that they're hoping to utilize. So our discussion today was really, really timely. And furthermore, that discussion was facilitated by Civic Design Center. I think to Councilmember Henderson's point, we're really just trying to find some unique ways of using our sidewalks and other public spaces to activate them as much as we can, as safely as we can during COVID, but also as beneficially as we can to the businesses. So I know there's maybe some additional details to work out, but thanks so much to Councilmember Parker for bringing the bill, fully in support, and hope that my signature remains on all versions of this substitute. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Withers. That's it in the queue. We're ready to vote on the second substitute. All those in favor of the second substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Anybody need to abstain on this bill? Vote is 38 to 0 on the second substitute. Passes. Councilmember Parker, you're now on your bill, your second substitute bill, BL 2020-403.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know that I really appreciate folks jumping back into co-sponsor. I know that it gets a little weird when we have all these substitutes and people get knocked off and you have to recontact. So I know that both council members Toombs and Mendez were sponsors at some point. So if the clerk would, if either of them would like to sign on, if they can send an email to the clerk or anybody else wants to sign on, that would be super duper welcome. And with that, I would move for approval.
So Councilmember Parker has moved for approval of second substitute bill 2020-403 on third reading, properly seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
Aye.
And I believe I heard no abstentions, so the bill passes 38 to 0. Any corrections to that? Bill passed. The second substitute bill, 2020-403, passes on third reading. I think we're now on our last bill, BL 2020-422. by council members Mendez, Pulley, Hurt, and others. This is an ordinance amending Metropolitan Code Section 1.24.030 to permit the mayor to enlist Metropolitan employees outside of the health department and MNPD to issue citations to enforce emergency health orders. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'd like to, are there committee reports on this or no?
I believe all of them are in.
Move for one meeting deferral with a brief explanation.
Councilmember Mendez has moved for a deferral of one meeting, properly second. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
Thank you. The administration continues to work on this, and there's an amendment that's expected for the next meeting that will further define what the intentions are from the administration about exactly which Metro employees would be involved. And I understand that it'll be limited to Metro employees that have other citation writing authority now. I think that was the intent, but that'll get clarified in amendment. And so, again, ask for the one meeting deferral.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved to defer this one meeting. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Bill is deferred one meeting. All right, so before we adjourn, I guess this has come from the administration based upon comments made by the comptroller, and they wanted to clarify one thing, so I'm going to read it to you real quick. It's only 3 paragraphs. Members of council, earlier this evening, you heard remarks from Mayor Cooper and from Comptroller Justin Wilson regarding the potential impact of the charter amendment referendum scheduled for December 5th, 2020. In his remarks, Comptroller Wilson made reference to making cuts beginning as soon as tonight. Mr. Wilson has subsequently clarified his comments and wishes to confirm that, with respect to managing cash flow, it was his intention that the Metropolitan government immediately recognize the urgency of preserving its thin cash balances on hand. He therefore encourages the administration and this body to take meaningful steps now to be prepared for the possibility that the referendum could be adopted. Mayor Cooper's administration, the Metro Finance Department, are currently formulating contingency plans to address these concerns, and it is anticipated that Finance Director Kevin Crumbo will announce implementation within the next few days. These plans will be required in the event the referendum is not halted by the Election Commission or other means. Thank you. That needed to be clarified after we invited, obviously, the comptroller to be present at tonight's meeting. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Remember that the next meeting is at the Music City Center. We stand adjourned.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website.
45-minute meeting. That's by this council, that's pretty quick standards. Most of the meetings have been past midnight, but this for the second time, I think, since the meeting in August that the council has gotten out before the midnight hour. Perhaps the most significant debate tonight that the council, at least some of the discussion the council heard tonight, and you heard the vice mayor refer back to it at the very end of the meeting. There was a discussion about a number of Metro Charter amendments, some before the council tonight, a couple that are not. Some of the ones that are not may actually be on the ballot with a special election on December the 5th. They heard from both Mayor John Cooper and from the State Comptroller Justin Wilson. Justin Wilson, actually, both the mayor and Justin Wilson expressed strong concerns about what will happen if the amendments before the public, if they indeed get there. The Election Commission still has to decide whether they want to do that or not, whether there's going to be a legal fight about it. They were concerned about that and felt like that would not be a good thing. Justin Wilson particularly urged that Metro take steps already to preserve its cash, to assume that this might pass. It could be very bad for that, a lot of cuts and things like that, and to see what happens. And we understand that the city's finance department will be coming up with those kind of cuts on the front end. The mayor's already been talking about cuts coming anyway in terms of throughout the departments, whether it's police, fire, other departments, the schools, those sorts of things. The council also adopted its own charter amendment that would go on that same December 5th ballot if indeed that election is approved by the Election Commission when it meets on Friday. It would basically put the status quo in place. It would just simply seek to override anything that might be approved out of these amendments that are coming from the Americans for Prosperity group. If that indeed happens, the council members don't feel that the changes that are being made are legal under state law, and some city and business leaders agree with them. So it looks like we're going to have quite an extended, perhaps, period of uncertainty about whether the selection is held, and then after that happens, maybe further uncertainty with legal actions and things like that. The council also had a debate tonight on whether or not it was going to once again decide to make a modification in city insurance benefits given to council members after they leave office. There was first an effort to try to make sure all the current members of the council, both first and second term members, would be exempt from that. But then after that, there was a move by council members who feel like this has never been fully understood by the public. The council has been asked 4 times to make this change. That would basically say that council members will no longer receive insurance coverage after they leave the council unless they're willing to pay for it fully. But they wanted to defer this further for more study and perhaps track it with the budget next year to see exactly what kind of savings it might mean down the road for the city. They voted 20-18 indeed to defer it until the first meeting of March in 2021. So again, the vote was 20-18, which is the exact same vote it was 2 weeks ago when the council decided to reconsider this. I don't know if it's the same people, but I would point out that if a bill's ever going to pass the council on third and final reading, they're going to have to get 21 votes to do so, and so far they're not there on that. There's also a bill on first reading tonight that passed of some note to portions of First Avenue North downtown, and also Fifth Avenue South would be named after the late legendary civil rights icon John Lewis. John Lewis began his work in civil rights area here in Nashville in the 1960s. Other actions tonight the council took involve final approval tonight of a bill that would put a new agreement in involving Metro government, Metro schools, Metro parks, and Belmont University to allow construction and operation of an indoor batting and locker room training facility on the Rose Park Middle School property. For several years, this development has been of controversy because it already includes a baseball facility used by Belmont University and has been a source of some controversy with the neighborhoods. But the council felt very good about this new proposal. It passed pretty handily tonight by a vote of 31-6. The council also tonight gave a couple of things related to the coronavirus pandemic. First, they on a consent calendar, they approved a bill that would expand Metro departments that can enforce the emergency health rules. Under the bill, employees of the Fire Marshal's Office, along with Metro Public Works, Metro Water Services, the Departments of Code Administration will be granted authority to issue stop work orders, suspend a permit, or on any work site. They would also be able to cut off utilities in this situation. Another bill, 422, states that if a state of emergency is declared, the mayor would be authorized to, by written order, to appoint employees of any metropolitan government department to assist in the enforcement of orders such as the citations for mask mandates and things like that. It was deferred for one more meeting. Apparently the administration is working on an amendment that would be added to this bill that would further define exactly what employees the mayor is talking about and wanting to deputize in this. There's been some concern this might be a little bit of an overreach on some of that. Another bill up tonight that got approval without dissent on third and final reading would allow restaurants impacted by social distancing and the virus to temporarily operate sidewalk cafe dining at facilities within the public right-of-way throughout Metro, not just in downtown. Proposal would also allow beer permit holders to operate a sidewalk cafe to sell beer on the sidewalk in the parking area and other rights-of-way adjacent to the property as otherwise authorized by the beer board. One other note going forward, the council had to pick its new chairman pro tem who would operate the council meetings if the vice mayor was unable to do so. Bob Mendez got 29 votes to do that from his council members. District council member Kobe Sledge got 8 and Jonathan Hall got 1. So that's a one-year term, and Councilman Mendez, who's just left the position of being the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, will now become the chair pro tem of the council. The council is now in recess until the 6th of October, and will be in a new meeting spot for the next month at least. The council has rarely left these chambers, but they're going to be moving down to the Music City Center to hold the meetings. That will give them a chance to bring all the council members back for the first time since back in March. They'll all be here. That'll be a different experience, and we'll be doing it at the Music City Center. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage at the Music City Center. Until then, we say good night from the council chambers.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, Or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.